means that activities on the internet, how to recognize like phishing emails and so on. So at the end of today, you should be a little bit closer to being fully cyber aware. We're going to begin by inviting Lieutenant Colonel Godfrey Sterling, who is head of the Jamaica Cyber Incident Response Team, to bring us opening remarks.
I say mistress of servers, Madam Moderator, esteemed panelists, Dr. Without you, I would not. The teachers will come with them. Those of you on Zoom, those of you joining or streaming feeds on Facebook and YouTube, good morning. We're off to a late start, and so I will cut my remarks short. But essentially, what Jamaica Cyber Incident Response Team is trying to do is to disrupt the mindset of Jamaicans as they traverse cyberspace. And to do this, we have to ensure that they're aware of the pitfalls out there and how to navigate that. Cybersecurity Awareness Month started for the Jamaica Cyber Incident Response Team in 2016. Since then, we've had a mixed bag of fortunes, and the pandemic did not help a lot. We had to go totally virtual for 2021 and 2020. The ability for persons to interact with us is returned. What we're hoping to do is to introduce you to the fact that there are career paths in cybersecurity, that the training is available locally through reputable and very good institutions. And hopefully those who will present on these pathways will make it so that you understand it's also accessible, affordable, and available. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And I look forward to a very good day of activities inside and outside.
Thank you very much. I'd like to highlight our sponsors, to include the Ministry of National Security, and Vertis Technologies. At this time, we will be having our first panel discussion on career opportunities in Jamaica. Our panelists include, and I'm going to ask afterwards that they tell us a little bit about themselves, just a synopsis, a brief synopsis. We have Mr. Michael Morgan from the Ministry of National Security, Mr. Kevin Johnson, who is Program Director Acting of the BSc in Computer Networking and Security, Dr. Dave Watson, who is lecturer at the University of Technology, and of course, our host, Lieutenant Colonel
So do not mind where I'm speaking from today. It really is about interacting and bringing the spirit of interaction back as we seek to get outside of the grips and the throes of the pandemic. I am Lieutenant Colonel Godfrey Sterling. I am a retired military officer after 25 years of service in uniform, graduate of the University of Technology and the Royal Military College of Cyber, My first computer was a Commodore 286, which, for those of you who know, it was a keyboard, a 5¼ inch floppy disk drive, and a black and white TV. We've come a far way from then, and today, my colleagues.
Good morning. It is a privilege to be here. My name is Dr. Dave Watson, and I completed my higher education teaching certificate at Harvard, and I completed my PhD in information technology with a specialization in information assurance. A privilege, as I said before, to see all these bright
All right, good morning again. My name is Kevin Johnson, and I am the acting program director for the Computer Network and Security degree at UTech. I would consider myself to be a cybersecurity evangelist. I love to talk about it, and I'm very passionate about the specific area. And every day we're able to see things that are actually happening in the space. And it is our responsibility to ensure that we pass on that kind of knowledge and information to people so that we are all in good stead and our data can be secured. All right. So talk to you soon.
Morning, everyone. Cyber Intelligence Branch. It's a pleasure to be here. Is security. And in this era where technology is a driver for everything, the importance of security cannot be overemphasized. So I'm very happy to share with you today who are natives to technology. I mean, I didn't have the benefit that you have. I actually saw technology come in and evolve. When you got here, technology was here. So you have a unique chance to as a means of creating pathways for yourselves. All right.
I'm Tanya Graham, as I said before. I am a lecturer at the University of Technology, Jamaica, and I am passionate about education and I'm one lecturer who doesn't mind my students on the security field. I want to see persons like yourselves not only embrace the technology, but also are well equipped to maximize the benefits of the technology safely.
Right. And with that said, you know, the task is now about advising to the world of cyber with the proper training and the adequate or the required certifications. So I want to toss it to the UTech members here. You know, as we talk about careers in cyber, what is the growing trend as 2022 and beyond is concerned? Because when I look at the audience, most of them here are probably at the CSEC level. And so as forward, where do to 5 years? We can start with Mr. Johnson.
All right. As it concerns the question you're asking in relation to trend, certainly we see a trend developing where penetration testing and data protection being very crucial going forward. A lot of organizations have their security systems and will have technologies that they use, but they are quite unaware of some of the vulnerabilities in these systems. And to be able to identify those vulnerabilities and to be able to be at least have some level of comfort to know that these technologies that they are employing in their organizations to store data, to process data are actually secured, then of course, some kind of technical expertise must be applied to these devices to see what the vulnerabilities are, if there are any, and if they actually properly secured.
And I would love to add to that, looking at a global perspective, it's in the next decade. We can infer that that will happen in some way, shape, or form in Jamaica. And cybersecurity and security in general is currently at the cornerstone of any IT technology. So if you are considering a career in cybersecurity, then right now is really the time to get involved. UTech has lots of courses in the CNS.
The discussion, I think a very important point was raised about data privacy. That is where TikTok accounts. Just raise your hand or how many consume content on TikTok, right? Come on, man, you're not being, that looks more like it, right? Yeah, that looks more like it. So a lot of us consume content online, but we are not mindful of the risks associated with the content. We get caught up in the humor, and it's very interesting. I mean, I've learned a lot from looking at TikTok, but this steps forward. And with the recent passing of our Data Protection Act, this compliance regime, it's going to present many opportunities, right, for professionals, practitioners to work in that field, to contemplate how digital information is processed within the context of data privacy. So these are very, very important trends to catch on to, especially where you are trying to decide which field do I want to go into, what do I want to study at the tertiary level, how do I want to spend the next 5, 10, 15 years of my life in a professional space, right? So that would be my contribution about that question, moderator.
Certainly, as Mr. Johnson mentioned, penetration testing, but also just generally cyber incident response is critical. Cybersecurity every 11 seconds in 2021, there was a ransomware attack on organizations. And so in order to stay ahead of that, and guess what? Every time an organization puts the known attacks, our cyber criminal technicians and professionals, you have to stay ahead of the game, and you can't stop learning.
And it's good that you've ended on that note, because it segues nicely into my next question, which really seeks to address the matter of the current landscape for information how do you propose to address this gap in so far as the persons currently on the job being able to be recognized for their years of being in the trenches and giving credit to that as they seek to upskill in order to get ahead in the cybersecurity space? And I'll start with the government man on the panel.
All right, good question. Good question. So I'm going to be candid, right? It's going to take us a little time to make the kind of progress that we need to make. You know, like I mentioned in my opening remarks, you guys are native to technology, and the technology is way ahead of us collectively, right? I mean, individually, we have different levels of competence and standards of operating, but collectively, if we are to use technology as a force multiplier, as a tool for economic development, we're not evolving at the rate that we need to, right? So what we have done already is to begin to incorporate more technology roles in different areas in government. I'm an example of that. Before 2019, there was never a cyber branch in the Ministry of National Security. And I now have a platform where I can work with my counterparts in government and increase the importance of technology. So for those who have studied technology, you haven't gotten there yet, but there's a whole discussion about elevating technology practitioners to what we call the C-suite. That's the CEO, the Chief Financial Officer, the Chief Operating Officer, and that's how the concept of a Chief Information Officer came into being. So there is a broad effort already to elevate technology. There are many things in the works, and I believe that in the next 5 years, I would dare to say that we will make some significant progress, because I think COVID-19 was a shocker, to say the least, and it jolted everyone to acknowledging the importance of technology, right? So back to your original question in terms of what we're doing to recognize persons you know, tell them thanks. And we pat them on the back, because in government, it's difficult to reward people in the way that they need to be rewarded, right? But the truth is, when you work in government, you don't do it for remuneration only. You do it for your country. You do it for the broader interest of the collective, the development of whole. So I'm confident that as government practitioners, we will see technology roles elevated and getting more prominent. The Jamaica Cyber Incident Response Team is another example. Not evolving perhaps as how fast Baki and I would want it to evolve, but I think it's fair to say that we've made incremental progress. So over time, and people like you coming into the space, who will have a greater appetite for technology, I think that in the short term, we will see some more growth.
Mr. Johnson, you refer to yourself as a technology enthusiast. And what I want to understand is a lot of students at all levels of learning view technology as a bit of a difficult area to treat with. Yeah, they like to use it, but to learn how it works and why it works and how to secure it is a bit of a problem. In following on from what Mr. Morgan said, how can the entity take the dinosaurs like myself as a university and make it even more interesting to us than necessarily to the students, so that we will not think we're stuck in the role we're currently, but that we can actually get on with it in terms of learning the new skills and becoming certified as we need to be.
All right, thank you. The fact is, adult learners or persons who are working in industry who may have certain level of experience and knowledge and understanding want to, first of all, know why it is that they're learning something and how does this impact their lives. And so in trying to reach these individuals, of course, the message must be brought across to meet their particular need, to reach them where they are. So a direct effort must be placed in understanding, firstly, the target audience, which in this case are those persons who are working who may think that technology is a little bit too challenging or it's too much because it's so pervasive and there's so much to learn. So for those persons who are having that kind of mindset and having a proper understanding as to where they are in terms of their mindset, then we can begin the conversation where they are and show them from that level why they need to learn, what they need to learn, and how to secure it. And we can point to various incidents where individuals may not have taken into consideration certain elements of technology and have suffered the consequences thereof. As a result, it's imperative for them to learn these technologies and at this point in time. And this is where we start that conversation. And out of that, of course, UTech has several courses, and I must, throughout my conversation here this morning, I'll be pushing what UTech offers. UTech have several courses that we can introduce to individuals of whatever the mindset is, whatever your level of experience or skill may be, there is a course for you, all right, that we can introduce you to, that can help you to get from one stage to another stage. And hopefully you will not remain in the body of people that will be considered the vulnerable because of just pure not having the right attitude towards technology or even the skill. The experience is one thing, but having that kind of mindset, first of all, that this is something that I have to deal with on a daily basis. I have to send emails. I have to use my phones to do various activities. How do I learn the technology? And how do I learn it well enough? Not just on a surface level, but how do I learn it well enough to ensure that whatever I'm doing, if I'm going to be using my cell phone to access my bank account and to pay a bill, how do I use this cell phone properly enough that I will not become the next victim of a cyber attack? Mm-hmm. And then show from there how it can be done.
Wise words to live by. And certainly, as we ask Dr. Watson, when you look at the adults in cyber or in information technology, a lot of them become despondent because they really are in dead-end jobs. They go in like a dumpling, and as my granny would say, they come out like a Johnny cake, but it really hasn't changed. They've spent 10, 15 years, they're unable to move. How can a university like UTech seek to work with industry so that the ability to create upward mobility and scope for growth within industry, including government, be made more accessible, more affordable, and more available to these individuals, as well as the young ones trying to break it?
So, as Mr. Johnson was saying earlier to me, it is that persons, in order to get them engaged in their own learning, it is that we must first understand what it is that they like. So in terms of the older learners, where we need to speak to them, we need to figure out what in technology is it that you like, how then that you like this technology, we can find a program that facilitates your interests, that can propel you to either get the degree, get a certification, whatever it is, in the course or in the area that you like. And so we have to engage them on what they like first. And then having engaged them on what they like, we then guide them to which course it is. And this is speaking strictly from the university standpoint, guide them to whichever course it is that then applies that interest. And that is how we believe we can get older learners involved in their own growth, etc.
May I also just add to what Dr. Watson just said? In terms of getting people, professionals from the industry to be a part of the whole process of that change that we are expecting or anticipating, then it's very important for university like UTEC to have regular consultations and meetings with various professionals from the industry and integrate some of their ideas, their thoughts, their experiences into the syllabi that we are creating. And because we are the ones standing before the students in the classroom. But where did that knowledge come from? That knowledge came from somewhere, and not just from Google, but it came out of the conversations. It came out of the experiences. It came out of the trends of what is actually happening in the industry, in the space, more specifically in relation to technology and cybersecurity. And out of that kind of synergistic approach between the professionals in the industry and academia, we can then craft modules. We can then craft programs, not just modules, but programs to integrate various aspects of technology and the things that are out there that people may not necessarily be able to articulate, but is still a factor, still something that needs to be learned and to be taught. And out of that kind of approach, we can create stronger programs that meet the needs of our society.
I'd like to add a little bit to that from a different perspective. UTEC, being the national university, needs to lead a charge to help to change the mindset of industry. As research has shown that most small and medium-sized businesses do not employ cybersecurity personnel, which is unfortunate, which means that there needs to be a change in mindset. In order for these jobs to not be seen as dead end, then an emphasis needs to be placed on security. And UTEC, I think, is poised to lead that charge. We have the ears of industry. We have partnerships with industry. And so through research and partnership, we can actually point industry in the right direction so that enough emphasis is placed on securing data.
I am happy you have added that nugget of wisdom to what we're trying to achieve here. But you know, when we talk about disruption, we're not talking about walking the walk. We're talking about leapfrogging certain gaps in our technology growth. And that level of disruption really ought to lead to a more creative, a more holistic, and a more pointed way of getting the skill set necessary for the industry. How does the government and, in this case, academia, plan to do that where this young lady does not necessarily have to feel pressured into getting a formal degree at any level in order to move ahead in cybersecurity or cyber itself? Because when we talk cybersecurity, we're not talking cyber, you know. We're just talking cybersecurity. You have cryptography, you have cryptology, you have cyber itself, you have the defense, you have encryption. When we talk about was your data encrypted, how many of us can get into data encryption without buying a third-party software or some other physical tool to do it? Can we write visionary ciphers? Can we decipher them? So when we talk about disruption, what I want to hear as we close this section and move into something else is how does government and the academic world plan to ensure that when you're done your collaboration, learning for cyber in Jamaica is disruptive positively? And I start with you, ma'am.
Well, I can tell you, Kevin mentioned, Mr. Johnson mentioned the CNS program that we offer at UTEC. And we have a set of bright young people who are currently being trained. Unfortunately, because of the university structure and mandate, we offer degree programs. We are inching our way into offering certificates where a student like yourself can come in and do maybe a penetration testing module and not having to do an entire degree, but we're not there yet.
Mr. Moore.
All right, I'm happy for this question, right? I'm gonna say a few things. I'm happy to be here with colleagues from the tech because one of the discussions that we've been having internally is reimagining how we attract entrants into the technology roles in government. Right now, I have two positions that I've not been able to fill, right? So if you guys are further ahead and need a job, could have probably take to you right now.
We have students.
Right? What we have are two positions for cyber analysts. But when you look at the job description, there is a component for developing policy.
Mhm.
And then there's this heavy technology requirement as well. But the truth is, in reality, a student who goes to university to study technology doesn't normally study policy development or anything in social sciences. So we have to now bring the understanding into the HR practice to say what we're looking for does not really exist on a large scale. And what we're looking at now is actually taking persons out who have an appetite for technology, even without certification, training you guys up, and then helping you to get the certifications that exist, right? That might be applicable. So we talk about penetration testing, we talk about technical packets, we talk about roles in what we call a SOC, a Security Operations Center, where you monitor information communication infrastructure, you look for threats and perform analysis and so on. Those are very specialized functions that may not necessitate an entire degree. Right? So one of the things that we are looking into now, and I know I'm not the only one, is an internship program where we pull students as early as secondary, perhaps at A level. I mean, these grades are not mandatory. So when you're looking to leave high school, if you have an appetite and certain skill sets, could actually enter the field and get trained up and learn while you are getting experience and academic qualification towards formal certification. So it's a conversation that's being had. I think it's a very important one, and it complements the discussion at the university level to contemplate more certificate courses that would increase the pool of qualified candidates for these positions without having to wait for them to go through an entire degree program.
All right, let me just add my 2 cents as well. Dr. Miles Monroe once said that every one of us was born with potential. Unfortunately, some people go back to the grave full of potential. The fact is this, ladies and gentlemen, we're all talented in our own way, shape, and form, right? That's one aspect of the thing. And we need to find our way in society and channel to use that potential. We cannot afford the opportunity, we cannot afford missing our time and our chance, right? Of utilizing the opportunity that we have and the skills that we have to be of some value. That's one aspect, that's one. So it is individual focused. So you must understand that you can make some kind of contribution as an individual. What are some of the gifts and talents and skills that you have that can be used even in this realm of technology that can make a difference? That's one. Now, from a government and an academia perspective, we often talk about, and we hear the word being thrown out all the time, right? Cybersecurity awareness. But from my perspective, I believe that is just a start. I believe that we need, from a government, in terms of policy, and from the academia, to develop a cybersecurity identity for Jamaica. We need an identity, not just an awareness, not just a one-off session, not just a 1 week session. We need a national identity. And that identity actually will help us because it now becomes not just something that we do for our jobs, not just something that we are aspiring to become, but it's who we are. That's how we live. That's how we think. That's how we eat. That's how we entertain ourselves. Everything that we do is secure. So it becomes a national identity. It becomes a culture. Look at the diversity of our music and everything that we do. We're very talented. And as we always say in Jamaica, if you want to break into something, if you want to circumvent something, find a Jamaican. So if we have all of that creativity and all of that energy and all of that enthusiasm, can't we then also channel that energy, that creativity, those skills into something more positive, into something more meaningful? Who says that Jamaica has to be way down on the list of the top tier cybersecurity?
Or the next class started. Or the next one started. Next session.
The next session is.
Right. Davian, could you kill the audio on that for me? So we can just wrap here and then we'll rejoin it.
All right. And so I'll just add quickly to that then. So doing the certificates will depending on your industry, typically not impede your growth. But the truth is that there are some levels that the certificates will carry you. It will not carry you beyond. You require that soft skill, and that soft skills typically comes from doing the degree program, doing the master's program, etc. So they complement each other. They will assist in your growth. And as Kevin said, find what is your passion, and from there decide how it is that you move forward.
Right, the digital identity, the digital citizen, the Jamaican. What you heard just now was us breaking almost seamlessly into one of the highlights of today. And why do we need cybersecurity? Because of persons like Hector Monsegur. He's one of the most controversial persons to really sort of try to break into government systems and other systems across the world. And he's reformed. So now he's trying to teach people how to prevent persons like his former self from getting into systems. I was going to give you a screen break to stretch your legs, particularly for our friends who have been here from 9, but we'll just go straight into it, and then we will do a walk around the booths for the rest of the morning. All right, so let's go.
So to touch on the introduction a bit more, as was stated, I'm Hector Monsegur. I'm Director of Research at a mid-sized MSSP in the West Coast of the United States. As a Director of Research, most of my time is dedicated to working with clients and organizations, even my own, in identifying, new attack paths, vectors, TDPs, tactics, techniques, and procedures that are utilized by threat actors and others. As I continue to kind of learn, absorb, ingest more and more information, more capabilities, and of course, how to remediate some of these attacks, I start to spin that information down, trickle down to the team. We have brainstorming sessions.
Recording stopped.
You have entered as an attendee in listen-only mode.
And Iran, and it just kept going and going and going. The point is that once we saw one sliver of success, we continued moving forward. It's pretty scary when all you need is a bunch of politically motivated individuals to get together and shut down entire governments. Now imagine this scenario. Let's say we weren't targeting foreign governments or the countries during the Arab Spring. What if we were targeting elements of the Caribbean or United States infrastructure, right? The reality is that you no longer need to be a state actor, state-sponsored actor. You no longer need to work for the Chinese government or Russian governments. Anyone with internet access and some basic understanding of cybersecurity fundamentals can become a threat to your organization. Pretty scary. Well, this is where, I really wanted to put some emphasis. Again, it's not here to glorify, but I want to show off the idea, the concept, hopefully spreading it to the audience, that your attackers, your potential adversary can be anyone. It could be that bright kid that, goes to school every day and doesn't really talk to many people, but has a ton of, technical skills. It could be your neighbor. It could be a family member. I myself, I'm working very hard to try to guide some of these people by doing classes at schools, or even having conversations like these, in the hopes that these young folks don't follow my footsteps or don't repeat my history, my mistakes. But I digress. Not every adversary or threat actor that you're going to deal with is going to, have politically motivated means. They might have financial means. And we've seen that thread, I would say we've seen that kind of trends, amplify itself over the last 2 to 5 years when it comes down to ransomware and business enterprise compromises, social engineering campaigns. That's, the entire goal of the campaign is just initial entry, is just to get access into your organization. That's it. Those same threat actors will sell that initial entry access to a ransomware group. So at this point, you're not even being attacked by professional hackers or skillful hackers. You're being attacked by people that have enough experience to get into a system, and then they will sell that access to somebody else for literally pennies on the dollar. We want to avoid that, ladies and gentlemen. Now, folks always ask me, Hector, why were you so successful as a black hat? What made you effective as the bad guy and now as a practitioner or a professional? The reality is that for me, and this could be applied to many other attackers out there, I followed a very strict methodology. It's very simple. Identifying my targets. Remember, we went through this a little while ago. Identifying my targets, looking for weaknesses or gaps in their environments, putting together a enumeration of services and those assets, and then, of course, attack strategy and planning. And the final step is always engagement. The final step is always going to be going and trying to target the environments with the hopes that you get that initial entry. Just for some hindsight here, or rather, I would say to feed your curiosity, there have been documented cases where certain ransomware groups are paying anywhere between $1,000 and $1,500 US dollars for initial entry specialists. That's what they call themselves. They even have a job title now. And these initial entry specialists, the entire purpose is to break into networks. The bigger the corporation, the better. And as soon as they get access, they'll pass it off. And how are they doing this effectively? Well, they have a methodology, right? They're identifying targets. They're looking at your gaps. They're putting together, reports of services, enumeration, and then, of course, they leave it up to the actual threat actor, the ransomware group, to go ahead and engage or strategize and engage. As we move forward in time, what you're going to see more and more is the number of attackers going up. The capabilities of these attackers will also climb as well. And before, I scare you too much, right? I would like to, hopefully touch on a poll right now. I know we have a great question for the audience. Does your organization have a disaster recovery solution in place to recover from a cyber attack? This is a great question. I'm looking forward to the answers. We better give it about a minute, then we'll come back to this awesome content here. All right. Sweet. So as figured, I'm looking at my other laptop here. Does your organization have a disaster recovery solution in place to recover from a cyber attack? 57% says yes, 32% says I'm not sure, 11% no, and of course, 1%, what is a disaster recovery solution? These are all great questions at the end or answers. The reality is pretty much on par with what I'm seeing day to day, okay? When I'm dealing with clients, and I'm going to give you kind of an assessment of my last 100 red team engagements / pen tests or penetration tests. What we're seeing is a lot of organizations have implemented some or have focused on creating some sort of solution in place to deal with disaster recovery. The idea here is that you want to be able to be in a position that even if the worst case scenario happens, whether there's an initial entry that you've been able to catch, or we're beyond initial entry and the attacker has deployed some sort of ransomware malware on your network, you want to be in a position where you can recover. You have a policy in place that you can put into action that as soon as that, I would say that policy is triggered, you have people in places that are going to start to make moves. You might have folks in engineering, network engineering, dealing with identifying and potentially blocking out those initial threat actors, or exfiltration, which is a big part of ransomware. You may have security engineers now to do incident response, while your other systems administrators are working on dealing with recovery of files, sensitive files, and ensuring that the attackers are off of their environment. I mean, there's a lot of work that goes into it. It's always very important to have a trusted partner that you could work with to kind of figure these things out, even if you do not know the full answer to that poll question. And we'll get to that in a bit. But going back to my assessment of the last 100 pen tests or red team engagements that I've executed on or engaged on over the last, let's say, 2 years. So what are the biggest problems that I'm seeing organizations have? I'll be honest with you, and this is pretty much on par all across the board. Financial industry, governments, you name it, I've seen it. Asset management problems. How are you in a position, or how would you be in a position of keeping up to date with your systems, your endpoints, if you don't know what kind of systems or endpoints you have in play, right? What kind of software you have in play? If there is a supply chain attack against a specific software, without mentioning names, but we've had some recent history of that. In reality, how would you know? And how would you know that you have that software in play, right? I mean, it's a big gap to deal with, the asset management issue. Another one is vulnerability management. Some of you in the audience may have had purchased or leased or invested in something like a Nessus or a Qualys or a Rapid7. Doesn't really matter, but some sort of vulnerability scanner that will scan your network, let's say on a scheduled basis, once a week, once a month. You're getting reports, but it just so happens that your human resources, the security engineers tasked with dealing with remediation, are overwhelmed. These scanners are great for finding low-hanging fruits. They're also great for identifying issues that you may have not known were a thing. But what happens when you have a small security team and 400 or 500 separate vulnerabilities coming back from these reports? So now vulnerability management becomes a problem. You need people that are going to be able to sit there, look at these reports, and strategize on how to deal and remediate these problems. And as you can imagine, this is closely tied to asset management, right? If you have a solid asset management platform and policy in place, you would have a good understanding of what software needs to be updated, what software has been updated, and which endpoints will be coming up in these reports. If you're missing an asset management policy and or platform, a vulnerability scanner is just going to overwhelm your team. Something to, I would say think about as is extremely important. On-prem services. A lot of organizations I'm dealing with, especially in the financial industry, are moving away from on-prem services like Active Directory and Exchange. I'm not sure if you guys have been paying attention to the news, but there's been at least 4 different attacks against Exchange over the last year. You had proxy shell, proxy no shell. Now we have a new attack, as described yesterday by an amazing researcher, where you can relay connectivity or NTLM authentication between Exchange and other hosts in the network and vice versa. These are all means of privilege escalation. All an attacker or insider threat needs is access to credentials or access to the internal network, and they'll be able to leverage these attacks to gain access to sensitive information, including domain administrator privileges. Because of these attacks, I'm seeing a lot more clients reaching out to me asking whether or not it's safe for them to move to the cloud. Hey, can we move to Azure AD? Can we just go to Exchange Online and just scrap our Exchange on-prem system? The reality is, I nor anyone else can give a concrete answer on that, right? Any decision you make is going to expand your attack surface. Now, it really comes down to your management. It comes down to your executive team to sit down and discuss risk, discuss the potential of threats, and the worst case scenarios. So risk analysis and risk assessments are extremely important in decision-making for dealing with on-prem services, okay? So other common attack vectors that are likely affecting the financial industry or other industries, well, the human resource, right? Social engineering is still very prevalent even in 2022. We've been talking about it for 20 plus years. And unless you are proactive and preemptive on your security measures, you've had implemented technical controls both on your endpoints and on your email security provider, and you've done training, then you will be in a bad place. And that's just the reality of the situation. Even when you look at some of the big breaches recently, you notice that the attackers not only get access to credentials, but now they're using things like multi-factor authentication fatigue to flood your employees' phones until they agree to allow the person in, and it works. The reason why I know it works is because on red team engagements, I also exploits that human weakness. And these are all things that we all know, right? But the reality is we need to keep having these conversations and keep coming up with solutions. Google recently has pushed a passwordless system or passkey system. I'm looking forward to seeing how that works. A lot of companies are looking at FIDO2, these physical hardware devices that authenticate your employees. The reality is that there's a ton of different ways to deal with these problems, and it all depends on your organization and how you approach the problem. That really matters. Now, finally, I want to kind of discuss the importance between having a trusted partner and bringing in just an integrator or a vendor. A third-party vendor is going to come and try to sell you a service, or an integrator that comes in just to install that service for you, is a big, big difference when you compare that to a trusted vendor, a valued partner. For example, like Cable and Wireless. You bring in a trusted partner, their goal, their entire emphasis is not only to help you get the solutions that you need in place, but to help you understand what these solutions are doing, to help you with remediation issues and how to implement, and then of course to get you to a certain threshold, right? It does not benefit C&W or any trusted vendor or trusted partner if you're constantly getting hacked. The idea is working together as a community. We're putting emphasis on your security posture, and hopefully we'll get to a point where the conversation we're having today will be less of a scare for you and more of a good way to kind of spend part of your Wednesday. You know what I mean? I would love to go into Q&A shortly, maybe in another minute. I love talking with Carol. Carol is amazing. She has some great questions. But the one thing I wanted to say here before I kind of pass it off to Carol and see if we get some questions going is that, you know, I spent 20 plus years of my life in cybersecurity as a practitioner, as a professional, as a hobbyist, an enthusiast, but also as the bad guy. And I've seen every possible attack vector, exploits, and scenario. And the reality is that we are in a much better place than we were 20 years ago, but we still have a lot of work to do. So Carol, it's a pleasure. Hopefully we got some great questions today.
Well, Hector, thank you so much for sharing all of that with us. So much interesting information. The nuggets you've shared were really precious. And I'm sure that everyone has appreciated the learnings that they've received in that short period of time. And yes, I do have a lot of questions, and I hope we can get through them. I'm going to start with a question that piggybacks on a lot of what you've been sharing. The question says, how do I get information on vulnerabilities in the shortest possible time? Hackers are uncovering our weaknesses today and exploiting them tomorrow. And instead of waiting for the attack, how can we get that information? And then the question goes on to point out that law enforcement polls the dark web, for example. But where can I go to get that information or that resource?
That is a great question. And this is something that I personally help, you know, clients with, and I'm sure you guys do as well. And that is, you know, kind of aggregating a lot of these sources. Well, just to answer the question directly, if you need to get raw access today, one of the best sources will always be InfoSec Twitter. Just go on Twitter, follow every security researcher you can. And I promise you, by the time you wake up tomorrow morning, you will have thousands of tweets or hundreds of tweets from security researchers discussing security vulnerabilities that are literally happening right now, okay? The problem with that is that it's not a great, I would say it could be time consuming because there are a lot of conversations taking place. And by the time those conversations are taken by a blogger or a reporter and put into a much more better readable form, you've already lost 8 hours of potential defenses, right? CVEs are fantastic. When you start looking at the MITR website and look at, you know, the common vulnerabilities database, they update pretty often, pretty much every night or every day. The problem is that it's not, you know, it's not in order. Okay, so if there's a brand new CVE against, you know, a specific product, you might see it after seeing 1,000 other CVEs for a bunch of other products. It becomes difficult. Yes, law enforcement uses the dark web to get threat intelligence, and you can get that as well. But the reality is that it's kind of rugged right now. And I'm hopeful that we're able to kind of work together as a community to communicate these new findings with each other. But that's kind of where we're at right now.
Okay, thanks for that, Hector. So essentially, it's a time-consuming endeavor, and time might be better spent actually looking at your own scenario and trying to implement the relevant tools to protect yourself. So some persons are curious. I have a question here that says, why did you become a hacker? What motivated you to do this?
Oh,
Recording in progress.
Hacking wasn't always a bad thing, right? Even today, hacking is not a bad thing. I got into it out of curiosity. Just like many of you in the audience, I saw war games and I saw the net and Sneakers and Hackers. These are all films that had some sort of hacking in them. But war games really pushed me forward. It was about a young kid who was curious about, you know, video games. He accidentally broke into a Department of Defense or NORAD system, and it became a whole big mess. I wanted to know and learn what hacking was. And I was curious, and I had plenty of time as a child. And that's kind of how I got into it. Now, I had no intention of becoming a black hat. I'll be honest with you. It just happened, unfortunately. as you start going down the rabbit hole and learning about different attack vectors and different attack paths and finding exploits for X, Y, and Z, I started meeting the wrong people. I got the wrong ideas. And unfortunately, it just so happens that I was always interested in politics. And once the idea of hacktivism was kind of conceived, this was mid-1990s to 2000, I was sold. And that's how I got into becoming an adversary. I think it might be muted, Kara. I can't hear you. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I was just saying that you made the point that hacking can be a good thing. So as long as you use it for good motives. Another question. Thank you, Hector. I heard you mention disaster recovery during your discussion. What types of organizations should invest in disaster recovery, or is this just for big organizations?
I mean, honestly, and this is my take on the offensive side, I think that every company, as you know, if time and resources and budget permits, right? Because there's context to everything. But if you are in a position where you have intellectual property, or you work with the government, or you are the government, or you have to abide by certain standards and policies and frameworks, then you have to come together with your team, because this is not a single person situation or scenario. You have to come together with your team and start to develop, a disaster recovery plan or policy. This is where you also include your trusted vendors or trusted partners, because these trusted partners are the ones that are going to be able to help you identify not only the gaps, but the software and solutions that you actually need. It's one thing to put together like a fire drill policy, right? Hey, so Hector's going to, open the door if there's a fire, and Carol's going to call 911 and so on. That's a great policy to start with. But the reality is there's much more to it. So as you move forward, you kind of need to work in tandem, not only within your organization, with your trusted partners, and even the community to come up with a solid plan and solution implementation.
Fantastic. Thank you, Hector. You had mentioned earlier about the occurrences for the last 3 to 5 years, I think you had mentioned, and we've seen an increase in activity. I think everyone can associate that with the next series. I have about 3 questions here on this particular topic of remote working. So the first question is, what are some best practices for the remote worker?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. This is a question that comes up a lot, especially during the pandemic. Here's my take on it. From the hacker's perspective, okay, both as a professional and as a former Black Hat, I'm very big on segmentation, okay? If you're gonna have employees working remotely, you wanna make sure that they have, work laptops or work endpoints that are specific to work and are completely segmented from their personal lives. If in the events that laptop or endpoint is compromised, it's isolated specifically to that work environment, okay? If you have someone using their personal devices, some call it shadow IT, some call it dark IT. The point is that if you start bringing in personal devices onto an internal network, regardless if you're there physically or remotely, that becomes problematic, because now you're expanding the attack surface substantially, way beyond the scope of anything. It would be impossible for any of your security personnel to deal with that. And the worst case scenario is your company's going to have to block you and or ban your devices. So that's one direction. Segmentation is extremely important. The same goes with your cell phone. If you're doing a lot of business calls, you should have a business phone. In the event that your personal phone is compromised, it's not going to affect your business phone, right? And if you ever get a phone call from a bank asking for your social security number on your business phone, more than likely it's a scam, right? So that's one direction. The second thing you want to look at is identity management, right? You also want to look at making sure that whoever's working in your organization, remotely or internally, physically, you want to make sure that they only have access to what it is that they need. And once you start building out your network in that way, you start to get closer and closer to zero trust or least trust implementations, which I'm sure you guys hear a lot. It's not necessarily a buzzword, maybe for marketing, but it's a very real concept, and we could get to that point.
Fantastic. And you actually touched on the other two questions. I'm going to try to blend them in together. So one of them, you talked about the attack surface and reducing that. This question says, are in-home smart devices an attractive entry point to the corporate network as home users work from home? And let me just give you the other ones, because I believe you're going from the home scenario, then back into office. So the other question says, what should we consider when implementing a bring your own device policy?
Yeah, those are fantastic questions. I'm glad you blended them in. So what I want you all to think about is that every device that has a network connectivity or network connection capabilities, let's look at those as all, these are all endpoints, whether it's a smartphone, a laptop, a smart refrigerator, smart lights. These are all attack vectors into your personal life and your organization. So if your house, if your apartment is full of IoT devices, smart devices, these are all potential entry points into your network. It complicates it for the attacker, right? Because if the attacker breaks into your U Phillips light bulbs, the U Phillips light bulb probably has an embedded, very small file system. It probably has BusyBox running on it. So the capabilities for the attacker is probably minimal, but they could use that light bulb to move laterally onto your workstation if they could get access to your workstation. Now, once the attacker gets access to your workstation, now theoretically, they just wait for you to get online through a VPN, and voila, now they're inside your internal network. That's problematic. So yes, every device that has networking capabilities should be considered as potential threats or attack vectors, okay? And the second part of your question is in terms of policy with bring your own devices. That's a difficult one. From a security practitioner and researcher's perspective, that's probably the worst thing you could do for any organization. Now, let's assume that your organization cannot afford to send out 1,000 laptops. That's fine. I can understand that. Then we need to look at segmentation in terms of network VLANs and virtual LANs, where if a remote worker brings their own device to the network, that they should be isolated with folks just like them within the network segment. Far and away from very sensitive environments. Now, if you need people like developers or executives to get access to network file shares or IP, then you should probably try to supply them with some sort of resource that you control rather than them bringing their own personal devices. Yeah.
Interesting. And I guess because we spoke also about the fact that a lot of these threats are the gateways are the person. So reasonable. In that same vein, there's a question here that says, are there any basic or entry-level IT security tests or sensitization materials out there that we can have our staff complete biannually to keep them on their toes? This is to ensure that they're competent enough to spot and avoid traps, for free, of course, if possible.
Yeah, I mean, so that's a great question, right? And it's something you can speak with your trusted partner with, because there's always something that you could utilize, especially like trials, right? Your vendor could probably get you a trial to a service like KnowBe4, right? That's just an example. The reality is that yes, you can test some stuff for free. You could definitely go ahead and if you have some sort of technical capabilities and you can launch a virtual machine, or maybe you have personnel that can do that for you, then you could go to GitHub and download something called GoFish. And GoFish is a tool, is a phishing platform. It's straightforward, it's point and click. If you follow the directions, you'll be able to set a social engineering campaign relatively easily, and you could test your own employees, right? So that's one way to deal with it. The good thing also is that the United States here has an agency called CISA, Cybersecurity Infrastructure Agency. And so the cool thing with CISA is that they're offering free services like pen testing and so on, or at the very least vulnerability assessments and or checklists and assessments. All of this stuff is extremely useful. You may say, well, I'm in the Caribbean. How can I take advantage of that? The reality is that CISA.gov does provide all of that information for free. You can download all the checklists. You could come up with your own strategies and implement them locally anywhere in the Caribbean. And then you have me, you have Carol. You have any questions? Shoot us emails, right?
Perfect. So thank you. This question is asking, is it safe to use AI extensions on Chrome or Edge?
AI extensions on Chrome or Edge? I mean, it depends on the extension, right? You got to remember, and I'm sure you've heard me say this a few times already, right? The more stuff we add into our lives, the more we expand our attack surface. So you have to look at your browser as an extension of you, right? If you have a browser that's vanilla, 0 modules, 0 extensions, you use it to log into your intranet portal, then you're good. Now once you, and that's your baseline. Now, once you start adding extensions and modules to Chrome or Firefox, now you're adding more potential attack vectors into your organization and life. So again, I can't really comment on AI extensions. That's kind of broad. But think about it like this: if you keep adding extensions, even if you add one extension to your browser, you are expanding your attack surface, and you probably need to analyze, the potential risk and threats with that action.
Great. This guidance and to provoke the thought process around the approach. Thank you, Hector. One of our questions says, one of our suppliers has recently been the victim of a cyber crime. We interact with them digitally and share data. What should we do?
Okay, so this is a good one, right? So you have an organization and they deal with another organization that has been compromised, right? So that's the basis of the question, right?
Yes.
So it's a great question because now you start to deal with supply chain issues. If that organization is part of your supply chain and they've been compromised, then ergo, your supply chain is also compromised, right? You have to start analyzing whether or not that organization has
All right, so
any sort of
ladies and gentlemen,
connections, means,
question and answer section. If
resources
you have a burning
tied
question,
directly
we
to
can
you.
actually route it
If
for
you're
you.
sharing information back and forth bi-directionally, then that means that you're also compromised.
If you do
It may
have
not
any
mean that the
questions, then
attackers
I'll
are
bring
inside
the
your
panel
network,
back
but it may
so
mean
we
that
can
whatever
wrap with
information you
your
shared with that
questions
other
to them.
organization, the
So are
attacker
there any
has access to that
questions for
information.
Hector in the audience?
And that will be considered a data breach. So yeah, it can become difficult.
So
You have to remember
I'll
one
ask
thing, and I
the
think it
three
was
remaining
Isabel,
members
part
of
of
the
Carol's
panel
team
to
that
come
brought
back,
this up,
and we'll
that whenever there
wrap
is
the
a
session.
breach, right, that breach has the potential to expand way beyond its scope. Cleaner software that was compromised many years ago, supply chain attack. Not only did it affect the 9 companies that the threat actors were targeting,
So one of the burning
but it
questions
also
in the
affected
back of your mind
2.4
might be
million
that,
other people
well, this
that
is
are part of
supposed to
various
be
governments and various companies around the
cybersecurity
world.
careers
So one breach can
symposium.
lead
Why are we
to
talking
thousands
about
of others.
hacking and
Something to keep in mind moving
security
forward.
itself and the response to cyber threats? The
Very
fact is
important
that
point there. Thank you for
all
that
careers
question.
in cyber are
I have
driven
another here that
by
says,
what
do you
cyber
think
criminals
machine
do.
learning can play a major
so-
or lead role in a defensive cybersecurity?
Yeah, I mean, it can be, right? I mean, I myself am working on a startup that uses, NLP and a couple, ideas to kind of automate part of some defensive stuff. Not to go into details, right? I believe it can.
Privileged platform.
Is it going to be 100%? No, right? There's never going to be 100%. The same way that we've had these billion-dollar security companies develop all these amazing products, and there's still compromises taking place.
You have
Yeah, I'm for moving away
on
from
a lot of their
on-prem services. So I'm glad that the person that asked the question made that move. I think it's a
why
brilliant
further
move.
education, and even more so, why further education in cyber? Mr. Morgan, I'll start with you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Marty. Can I ask a question before I answer your question? All right. In content creation, social media content creation, anybody? No? Somebody say yes? All right. Anybody not hearing me? It's on. Mic check, mic check. Yeah, seems to be working. Anybody here, anybody here wants to work in the technology field? I hear the same yeses, but I see a few more hands. All right. So I'm going to take it that maybe you're not sure what to ask, right? So let me talk about the people who want to do content creation. Let's say you create your content and you increase your following and it becomes the market and companies start to invite you to market their products, right? Wouldn't it be a great risk if someone stole your page? You'd lose all of that, don't it? You would lose all of that following. You'd lose all of that potential for revenue. You would lose all of that hard work that you've put in to build your brand, right? So the question then is, how do we secure opportunities like that? And that is where security practitioners would come in, right? So the point I'm making is you might not necessarily be attracted to content creation, but one opportunity creates other opportunities, right? And a content creator who is successful would need to employ somebody who is adept in digital security to help to secure their environment or to help them to understand how to do it, right? So those are some of the considerations that you can have. Start to look at technological opportunities and ask yourself, what are some of the risks associated with these opportunities and what opportunities are created out of these other types of commercial activities. Godfrey, lost track of your question. I'm having a senior moment. What did you ask me again?
It happens as we age, it happens. The question is, why further education?
Yes.
And more particularly, why further education in cyber?
All right, good. So I think based on what I just said, I would have started to answer the question. This is exactly why you should consider a career in cybersecurity. Government services are being offered online, increasingly so. How many of you have ever been to the tax office? Give me a show of hands if you've been there. So many of you have not been frustrated yet, but you're going to be frustrated when you start to get your TRN and some of your own cars and you want to license your cars and you're going to say, no man, there must be a better way to do this, right? And a lot of people are talking about that already. National identification system is coming on stream. So by the time you guys get into your mid-career cycle, there's going to be a lot more technology being used. And these technological developments need professionals in security, right? So seriously start thinking about it, all right?
All right. There's just one thing I have to say to you, one of a few things. There is a large cyber skills gap.
Mm-hmm.
Currently, in the US, they are short about 715,000 persons. And it is estimated that by 2025, the skills gap in cyber will grow to 3.5 million persons. Now, we're told when we're looking for careers, yes, you should follow your passion, but reality is you also have to look where the jobs exist. So why not? You're already using technology. You will need to secure your own data. Why not expand that? Even if you're an entrepreneur, as Mr. Morgan just mentioned, you will have to protect your assets, your data asset. So why not go into cyber?
All right, I guess it's up to me now. All right, so let me begin. Why do you need to continue education? The fact is, life is about learning. That's a basic tenet, right? Life is about learning, and you never stop learning. So when you finish high school, learning doesn't stop. So even if you get 10 CXE and even 15 CAPE, right? And you're considered to be brilliant, learning continues. So the fact is, as an individual who is still developing, we're still growing, you still need that kind of knowledge. No, not all of us have the kind of attitude or acumen or discipline that is required to actually learn on your own. That's one thing, right? So we need some kind of formal system to facilitate that kind of continued learning. That's one. The next thing is that when we look on what is happening in the space of technology and cybersecurity, what are some of the things that immediately jumps out at you why you would even consider pursuing formal education in that particular field? Well, my friend Tanya Graham just mentioned one of them, in that right now there is a skills gap as it concerns cybersecurity, which would indicate that there are opportunities for employment. And as we see the trend is going, cybersecurity is becoming a big thing and becoming even bigger for the foreseeable future, which means, therefore, that the opportunity to gain a job and to keep that job is higher than if you were to pursue something else, because this is here to stay. And even with the advancement in AI technology, that does not negate the fact that we need human element within the organizations to protect these systems, because even artificial intelligence systems still need a human agent to ensure that the code is working well, to ensure that the hardware on which the code is running is actually properly maintained and doing what it's supposed to do, right? So we understand that. It's also very lucrative. It's also a very lucrative career. If you go to job websites like Indeed.com, for example, or if you take a look at LinkedIn and you see some of those jobs that are being offered all over the world, you will see what we're talking about in terms of the area of cybersecurity being very lucrative. And so what then must you do? Having understand that, what must you do? Firstly, you need to identify what it is that you want to do. Cybersecurity is very big and you can't learn everything. So you have to identify what area in cybersecurity you would want to pursue, and then find a program. And there are programs at UTech, and I must put that out there, that you can actually do to facilitate growth and development in that area. Now, and the last thing I'll say is this, right? Now, you can spend some time experimenting and researching on your own, no doubt about it. You can play around with virtual machines. You can even try to secure your own network. But when you walk into an interview, who's going to trust that if it is not validated by some certificate from a reputable organization? Who's going to trust that? Yes, I hear you saying that you do these experiments and you try these things at home and you ensure that your home network is secure and you have not had any kind of breach, yes? But what validates that is the fact that you have some kind of certification to say that you have done this and you are keeping current. That's what the certification says. Now, one, you're keeping current. And going through the formal channel, you would have what? Not just getting a piece of paper, which some people think that, oh, doing a degree just means getting a piece of paper. No, you are learning soft skills, you're learning problem solving skills and analytical skills. That's what you're doing. And so a lot of students complain that, oh, the program is so difficult, it's so stressful. But guess what? You are growing under the stress. Because if you look back after you get to year 2, 3, 4, and you look back on where you're coming from, and when we're just coming in the program, how weak you were, and know how strong you are, you will have seen that even with the pressure and the stress, you would have grown. And that comes through that formal learning environment.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
One last addition from me, moderator. You know what's the great thing about technology? It's borderless.
Mhm.
Immediately, with just one device, you can access anywhere in the world. Yeah? This means a technology practitioner can work anywhere in the world.
And discussion with
from
our
anywhere in the
audience.
world. If you
Carol,
understand what I'm
thank
saying.
you for
So you
facilitating
can
the
be
Q&A
at home,
portion of the
anywhere in
webinar.
If you have a reliable
I'm Stephen
connection.
Price, Vice
And
President
if
and
you're
General
working
Manager of Cable and Wireless
for a company
Jamaica.
that's located anywhere
Our
else,
series of
right?
cybersecurity
So
essentials events
the realm of
have been
possibility
designed.
is so wide, right? Your marketplace is so huge. It's one of the easiest industries to access if you are qualified. Yeah. So think about that.
Think about it indeed. 3.08 million connections in Jamaica daily, but only 970,000 persons have a cell phone or an internet connection. What that means is that most of us in that 970,000 are using multiple devices. For those of you who are here, who really want to be here, let me see a show of hands. Those of you who are here only because the teacher with you here say you should be here. Let me see your hands. No, man, the teachers are outside, you know. They're not hearing you. All right. So wherever you're here today, when you do leave, and we're going to wrap this session and we come back at 1, when you do leave, you should have a great appreciation for what cyber as a vocation is and what cybersecurity as a professional path is within cyber. But not only that, I want you to ask yourselves, marine engineer, what's the gross tonnage of the larger ship? Okay, what's the maximum speed? When you look at the size of those behemoths and you stand on the bridge, what do you see? Do you see those big wheels that you turn? Do you use a sextant to navigate? No. But you go from point A to B on that bridge with probably a device as big as this, controlling hundreds of tons of gross weight of metal under your hand. You have to ensure that the pressures and temperatures in that engine room are where they are supposed to be. And oftentimes, you cannot do that by physically going and looking at the gauges. It's remoted to a device that you have. So you're in high school. What does the future hold? Between 2020 and now, mixed modality learning has been commonplace for you. And we know the challenges, some of you, the frustrations that you go through. And when you think about it, and I'm happy there are no telecoms providers here, but when you buy your plans and you look at the amount of your plan that is any use data that you can actually use to go to class versus for Spotify, TikTok, and all the others that you just use for fun, you realize that you're really being scammed. Jamaica, they say scammer capital, but you don't have to be. You can be part of that cohort that secures Jamaica and reduce, mitigate, and eliminate scamming as an unclassified vocation in Jamaica. So when we come back at 1, what we're going to look at is how do you get to do that? What are the career pathways that are available to you? And I've singled out the groups that are represented here. But for those online whom I'm not seeing, the same holds true. Your career is not necessarily what your passion is today. And you have to recognize that it doesn't matter how passionate you are. Somebody has to pay the bills. I'll leave you with this story. I did well at A levels back in the day. So I'm aging myself. I was raised by a mother alone. My father died when I was 3. So I went to the University of the West Indies because I wanted to go to Trinidad to do electrical and computing. But the high school I went to didn't have A-level chemistry and physics programs. So I went to NATSI to do 1 year just to get credits to go down to Trinidad. In April of 1995, a friend of mine from high school, who was a warrant officer in the Cadet Corps, sat the officers selection board in the JDF and failed. When he came back on Block A, Taylor Hall, he was laughed to scorn because he always behaved like this military man, and he failed. I was slimmer than my friend here. At 5 feet 11 inches, I weighed 132 pounds. And he said I couldn't pass the selection board. So we had a bet, April of 95. In August of 95, I was called to do the officer selection board. I served 25 years in uniform. The end result is that my mother, who slaved to send me to university, expected me to go get an engineering degree. I, on my own, through a bet, went to Newcastle in September of 95. The first time she knew I wasn't in Trinidad was when she came to my passing out parade. Good thing was I had a brother who was very good to me. And he kept her at bay for the 6 months. But during my time in the military, I would have gotten a first degree, a second degree, over 70 certifications in cyber, foreign languages, and computing. And I would have been part of the revolutionizing of ICT in the Jamaica Defense Force. From System 36 to System 38, through Y2K to AS400, through AS400 to Power 8 technology. That was me. I never left home at 19 years old to be a soldier. My passion has always been technology, but I got there on a different path. And so I'm saying that to you today, to say to you, come back at 1 o'clock and let us talk about how we disrupt this belief that you must follow a structured pathway to get to your goal. Note, you must follow a pathway because you must be certified or at least qualified. But it doesn't have to be the way society right now envisions it. Because if we do that, the scammers, the choppers, and the bad actor monster girls are going to always ensure that your Instagram pages, your TikTok accounts, your Facebook accounts are their playground. We need to stop that by pursuing careers inside. I'll see you at 1. So you would have probably missed a lot of the earlier part. We have booths set up in the rock garden to the west of the building where purveyors of training in technology are set up to welcome you and to woo you into joining one or multiple programs that they offer and to ensure that your parents can afford it. But I give you one thing. Come back at 1 and I tell you, or at least, or between 6 and 12 of you can start your cyber career being paid to learn. So you can earn while you learn, right here at MSET. Come back at 1. learning institutions as far as cybersecurity and cyber in general are concerned, and we will seek to pick their brains as we try to enlighten you about how you can disrupt that stovepiped and siloed mentality that is called traditional learning. We have to reimagine, as Mr. Morgan previously said, the way we learn within cyber, because the time to have the skilled professionals is now. So going from left to right, my left, your right, we'll ask the panelists to introduce themselves and make a few opening remarks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So as you've heard, my name is Lloyd. As you heard, my name is Lloyd Brown. I'm from Vector Technology Institute, and I've been with the institution for a number of years, from 2008. Today, we're talking about cybersecurity, and it's a growing field, fairly new in terms of IT, but it is extremely rewarding. It is wide. We tend to hear the term cybersecurity. However, there are many subsectors within cybersecurity. And hopefully, as we go through today, we'll be able to talk about some of those and what are the ways you can get in and show yourself to be an expert in one of those areas. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. I'm a typical teacher. My name is Nadine Maitland. I'm Dr. Nadine Barrett Maitland from the University of Technology, Jamaica. I have been with the university for the last 13 years, but I have worked with Ministry of National Security for 20 years. So I guess naturally I would have made that slant towards security. I completed my PhD in computer science with a focus on information security, which cybersecurity is a subset of information security. So as we are here today, we would want to just look at what is really happening worldwide that is related to cybersecurity and how in our little space we can address that. I have two articles that was published, one on September the 9th and one 2 weeks ago that looked at some aspects of cybersecurity. So I'm actually looking at what is happening in the space and making some suggestions as to how we can address these. So we'll have a discussion as time goes by this afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Richard Barrett. I'm a lecturer at UTech and currently acting head of school for the School of Computing and Information Technology. My background is actually the industry in telecoms, operations, and networking. And the space of cybersecurity, though new, is really a subset of networking. And in most jurisdictions, they are coupled. You have what we call critical infrastructure, and you have cybersecurity. And they work hand in hand. Your critical infrastructure can be your banking sector, your telecommunications sector, your power grid, any sector that, if disrupted, will have major negative impact on your livelihood as a country or as a jurisdiction. And so cybersecurity, with the advent that everything is on the internet and everything is connected, is to safeguard that infrastructure, that critical infrastructure. To that point, I'll just make a quote, a number. In Southeast Asia last 3 years, or 3 years ago, there was a deficiency of roughly 200,000 cybersecurity professionals that were needed in Southeast Asia alone. And so it is one of those areas of critical importance. And it is also one of those areas from a job, career, professional standpoint that is very in demand, very knowledgeable, but it also requires a special type of person in terms of your abilities, how you look at things, your knack for details, your knack for taking on challenges. And so I hope to bring that to the conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, lady and gentlemen. As we move throughout the afternoon, I wish to acknowledge my co-host moderator and Mrs. Graham, and we will be alternating from time to time. How she dictates, I will follow. My mother was a very strong influence in my upbringing. So when we talk about learning and certification, Dr. Maitland, how critical is it for young persons or even adult learners to follow the traditional path towards certification or qualification in today's world where the world shrinks and borders disappear?
Okay. When we are in high school, we are taught that when we are finished, whether we are going to do sixth form or we are going to go to university to do particular courses of study. However, that's not the reality in many people's world. Several persons, you may have to do some certifications in order to increase your earning power. And once you increase your earning power, then you'll be able to fund further studies. So the trajectory may be totally different. I did quite a few certifications before I even started my first degree. And what happened was that I started, like I said, I started in Ministry of National Security. So you may have to get a little work, right? I'm gonna be level with you, right? So we are in this space that it seems like it is, superficial and that's what it will be, but no. You need to get your certifications, but your degree is also very, very important. So never you discount the value of your degree. I remember working at an organization and I had a lot of certifications. I had my CXCs and I had years of experience. But when the promotions came, it was said that I didn't have the degree. So you can start by getting your certifications, and cyber security is an evolving field. Things changes rapidly. Like there are thousands of viruses created every day, and those phones that you have using, those are have the weakest level of security. So having certification or even understanding how you can combat some basic things can put your foot in the door. Then you make sure that you build on each thing that you get, you build on it until you are ready to do your degree so you can actually move up the ladder. That's what I would say. So it may not be the ideal thing to say you're going to leave and go straight to university and get a degree and then get a master's and get a PhD. It may take you years, but certification is a way or an avenue that can lead you to develop your full potential.
Mr. Rowan, when you look at the way in which mega platforms such as Google are rethinking, recasting the people that they're looking to employ, and you look at the work of Vector over the years, what would you say has been the success story or the reason for Vector's longevity, given that it has stayed out of, for a large part, the formal degree programs and has sought to build on the certification of particular skill sets over the years?
Thank you. So if I think back in my, if I think back in my early days of starting, when I went to my first job, one of the things they did, aside from the CXC and so on that you needed to have, we had to do a test. So we did dexterity test to make sure that we had the skill, the physical skill to carry out the job. Now, in many cases, those kind of tests are not being done anymore. However, organizations would still like to know that the applicants coming in have the skill. One of the way of validating that skill is through certifications. The academic institutions will look at those skills as well. However, academic institutions tend to cover a wider range of human development, which looks at your writing ability, your ability to speak, and so on. While those certifications zero in on the very skills, the core skills that are needed. And these organizations, Google, Facebook, and so on, they, in the latter years, have indicated that they are looking more for those skills. And they may not have the time during an interview to validate the skills. The certifications are the tools they will use to validate those skills. Hence why certifications are so important. Now, some persons might have the opportunity to go and do their first degree, second degree, and so on. However, that does not mean that certifications are now out the window. Certifications will show that you have the skills for particular job roles. And hence why Vector has concentrated heavily on certifications. Not to say that Vector has not looked at degrees. We have not looked at the master's level, but we do have a degree in ICT. So the degree is important, and the certifications are also important to show the practical skill set that you do have. Just to say one more thing, in terms of the industry, there are three things that will set you apart from other candidates: the certification, the academic credential, and experience. Now, the experience is one that generally is the hardest to get, because you will need to have a job before you get that experience. One of the ways that you can gain that experience is through volunteering. So if there are any places that you know that are using ICT technologies and requiring persons, but may not immediately have the funds to hire someone, you could volunteer there. And in that way, you will gain the experience and be able to build your portfolio.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Barrett, is the formal degree dead? And I asked the question because when you apply for a cybersecurity job these days, oftentimes it doesn't matter what formal qualification you have. If you don't have a CISSP or a CYSA plus or something, nobody's even looking at your degree. And the fact that your resumes are no longer being first vetted by human beings, but by bots that search for certain words on your resume. Is the formal degree dead?
Okay. No, I would say no. Why? The formal degree gives you the rigors that you need to can operate in whatever circumstances, wherever. So the formal degree, the master's, the bachelor's, the PhD are still much valid. In fact, it allows that of vetting of your abilities, your skill set, your ability to overcome challenges, and also have a 360 degrees view on all different areas. As Mr. Brown said, the degree normally is very wide in terms of your exposure. So you can speak to persons who are technical, who are non-technical, who are management persons, financial persons, the ordinary Joe and Jane on the road. But it gives you the ability to master whichever area or topic that or discipline that you're going to endeavor in. Now, the certification is giving you now that what I like to call the sniper approach in terms of that area that you're going deeper in that specific area. And so most organizations will require that of you, that sniper approach in terms of your certification, your security plus, your network plus, but they will also want you to have a degree that is saying within the organization, you can operate, command, manage, mentor, different aspects of the organization. So it's not dead, it's still very much alive. In fact, in the United States, the formal degree is seen as the entry point to apply for a number of jobs. But the differentiating factor now is, have you pushed yourself further? So that's the difference now. So it's not just applied for a job and everybody is on the same plateau. There must be a differentiated factor. So before we used to use, if you got a first degree, is it a first class honors versus a lower second class honors? No, it is that you got a degree in this area. Have you pushed yourself further? Or have you just gotten a degree and just, okay, I have a degree, okay, great, leave it at that. Have you now made yourself that much marketable, far more marketable? I have done this certification, I've done that certification. I've dabbled to a point where I've now played in this area, fully understand this area, can take on the challenges of that area. So the formal degree is not dead, it's still very much valid, very much rigor. It validates the person and their capability, but the certification gives you the edge in terms of marketability, skill set, and also helps with you having some level of experience. Yes, you may have not worked in the environment, but you would have been certified in the environment to some extent. So therefore, it makes you a different, I like to use the term, a different sort of creature. You're not a bird, you're now an amphibian. You can go in water and land. So no, it has not that. It has not died.
For some of us, it might be an encouraging statement. For others, it might be a very despondent one. But when we look at it, though, and we think about it, if I wanted to be a security operations center analyst, how would you recommend that as a first-year CAPE student, I proceed with my learning? And this is thrown open to the panel.
All right, I'll take a part of that one. Yes, I always say this to my students. A degree means that you're trainable. So going through the rigors of academia prepares you for the world of work, where when you go into that workplace, you may have 3, 4, 5 different things competing for your attention and require you to give it equal attention and also get it done. Now, I am for the degree, but I am also for certification. And I believe that there are several certificates that you could do while you are pursuing the degree. So you are making yourself, as Mr. Barrett said a while ago, marketable. So you want to be an analyst. There are several courses that are offered through Microsoft, Google, several platforms and several institutes in Jamaica would have offered aspects of it. So you need to first determine what is it that I need to do in order for me to get this job. Then you make sure that you put the plans in place to get that job. So let us say you cannot afford to start a degree yet, but you know that there are some certifications that are required, and you may be able to do those certificates first. Then you go ahead, you do that degree, and while you are doing the degree, you stay current. So you pay attention to what is happening, and you will do additional certificates and so on. So by the time you're finished with that degree, let us say it takes you 5, 6 years. By the time you're finished, you would have had 3, 4 certificates along with your degree. So when you present your portfolio or you present your resume, you are way ahead of the game. So that is something that you must pay attention to. What is happening in the space? What are the requirements to become an analyst? Because you don't just turn up and be an analyst, right? And Mr. Barrett pointed it out a while ago. There are some fundamental things that you must have that will make you a more rounded employee or employer, right? You must understand what is required, what do I need to do, and you start on that journey. So you see you know what the goal is, and you set targets, and you achieve each milestone takes you to the goal, and you know what your situation is, right? Everybody's situation is not the same, but it doesn't change the goal, right? So that would be my suggestion as it relates to that.
If I may add, I'm naturally a programmer. The first time I did programming, I actually started teaching myself basic programming. And I liked it. And I thought I was doing very good at it until I went to UTech at the time, CAS, and started their evening computer programming, when I learned all the formal lessons that I need to know, how to program, how to do algorithm, how to do a flow chart, how to do pseudocode. And I was just blown away that there is this area that is there, but I was just touching just a small subset of it by trying it myself. No, you have certification now that gives you everything. But why I put that out there is that I want everyone to understand that it's not just enough just to say you are complete a degree, we stamp you, you get a degree. We want persons to push themselves, what we call self-actualization. When I did my degree, I did business law. I did financial management accounting. That has nothing to do with computing, but it impacted it, definitely. Those different areas gave me a knowledge that is beyond what I thought I needed. Now, when you see yourself, don't just see yourself as, okay, I just want this. See yourself where you can be. Those persons who emerging Google, Facebook, Amazon, they didn't just stop and say, oh, I am just going to sell books. For example, Amazon, they push themselves beyond. So the best way to do is look what is out there, look what degrees are out there, what certifications are out there. Give yourself, well, back in the day, we used to do 5 years plan from a managerial standpoint. Now it's a 2-year. See where you want to be in 2 or 3 years' time. As Dr. Maitland said, you may not be able to start a degree now, but start to whet your appetite for that area. Start with some certification. Back in my day, in the dinosaur days, I had to fight a dinosaur to reach a library to get knowledge. Nowadays, you have everything at your fingertips. Internet, YouTube, the internet is there. Dabble, see what you're passionate about, what you're good at, what sparks your interest. Then see which degree will add to that and which certification will add to that. But you have to understand that it is about you yourself, where you want to be, who you want to be at the end of the day. That is the major factor.
Yeah. To add to that, if you think of the question about becoming a cybersecurity analyst, the research is going to be key to begin. And the question is, as an analyst, what are you analyzing? Right? Typically, it's going to be data, but this data sits on a network. So without an understanding of the network, you are going to be challenged to carry out this job as an analyst. So in your research, you should find that the network is that underlying thing. So you want to start by finding out what are the tools that allow me to understand the network. These may be certifications, it may be courses, it may be just independent study, it may be a degree, but you need to first understand that network. Cybersecurity have a number of areas, and they may be called entry level, but they're entry level only for cybersecurity. You need to understand the network. Or if you're coming from a programming position, then you need to understand the programming concepts and the programming languages. And then you build the security on top of that. Because what you're protecting is the data that sits on the network or the data that is held in software. And so you must understand those before you can become a skilled cybersecurity analyst.
So a couple of key terms came out there, and one of them is dabble, and the other is understanding where the data sits. Now, a couple months ago, I was a part of the technical support team for this ministry in the deliberations on the Cybercrimes Act, in the review of it. And the question of ethical hacking came up. And so to focus on the term dabble, there seemed to be a misconception that people who dabble in other people's networks and find vulnerabilities are the same as ethical hackers. But those in the profession understand that there's a difference. Now I want the three of you to break it down for the gathering here so that they appreciate that an ethical hacker is a professional who operates within certain boundaries of a contract, while a dabbler is a criminal. I throw it to you.
Right. I am going to take a part of it first because I actually teach that. I teach digital intellectual property. And one of the things that is highlighted in that course is that the ethical hacker it is coming from the days when, previously hacking was a good job. It started out as a good thing. It didn't start out bad, it started out good. And then later on, so young people like you who are inquisitive, they would go to work in the day and then in the nights, they would sit and try to do some things. And that's how hacking started out. But over the years, it has developed and become something that is very bad. People go on and steal people things and so on. So people used to hire that gentleman that spoke this morning. He is from that era where when you find somebody who is able to penetrate that network and to do certain things, you would want to hire them to protect your network. So they usually classify them under that heading to say ethical hackers, we have black hat hackers, we have gray hat hackers, we have white hat hackers, so and blue. Yes. So we classify them based on the different things that they do. Now, an ethical hacker works within certain constraints as Mr. Godfrey said a while ago, Sterling. So that is a total different thing from what previously you would hear people say they hire people who is able to penetrate your network, identify holes in your network and so on. They will try to hire those persons to protect their network, but that's a very bad thing. Because what if that person decided don't want to work with you anymore? You would have opened the door to so many, different things that could happen. So an ethical hacker really work within certain constraints of a contract that they would sign on to protect your network from vulnerabilities and risks that may exist.
To add to that, and I'll use just 3 of the colors, right? So there are many color hats, but let's just think of the white hat, gray hat, and the black hat, right? Those 3. And I'll start with the black hat. So the black hat hacker is this person who intends to access someone's network, destroy, steal information, and do all the evil that they can. This is extremely illegal. Well, we hope to change that yes, the black being the bad thing, but it has been that way for a while. Now, this kind of person, they're usually very skilled and they find very innovative ways of getting the job done. Illegal though it may be. Now let's look now on the other side, far to the other side, the white hat. This is the person who have similar skills. However, they are paid by an organization. Someone says to you, I will pay you, here's a contract. I need you to find the weaknesses in my network so that no one else can find them. You will find them and we will fix them. You have a contract, you're being paid, it's not illegal. That is the ethical hacker. Now there is this middle ground, the gray hat. Now the gray hat is the one who does not have a contract. He or she is going to breach a network, find problems. However, they have no intention of doing any damage. When they find the problems, they'll come to the organization and say, I have found a problem. I can fix it for you if you will pay me. If not, I will leave it. It is seemingly a good thing. It is okay unless you're caught. If you are caught while searching for that problem, you are now a black hat and you will go to jail. So while it seems good, it is not necessarily a route that you want to take. The best one is the white hat, where you are paid up front and you have a contract. That's the ethical hacker. Yes.
But I have a question. What if they go to the organization and state to them that, hey, I found a problem in your system and I would like for you to pay me to fix it. And then they decide that they're going to call the police on the person.
Well,
What would be the process after that? They would get locked up?
yes, you would be.
But it has happened before.
It has happened before.
It has happened
Yeah.
before. We have cases that we use. Somebody may test your system, find a vulnerability, come to the organization and say, the truth is, you can never determine somebody's intent. Right? So we have a case where the person came and like they told the organization and they didn't believe, or they said whatever, and that person went onto the system and did malicious things. So with that said, because you can never know what a person's intentions are,
So it's
it's a thin line.
It's based on the person's intent and the framework. So the easiest way to differentiate between the three, the black hat is doing it for monetary gains. Monetary gains.
For the most part.
For the most part. Or just for malicious.
Right,
just
for
damage.
malicious.
Great. The gray hat is doing it for the glory of it. So they'll hack your system just because they want to prove that, oh, you're not impenetrable, I can hack your system.
Right.
But once they engage you and say, well, pay me and I'll tell you, you know that you're now the reason for doing it now is monetary. So you're, as Lloyd said, you are now sliding to a black hat. So the white hat has a framework. He's like an auditor. He's auditing the system to find if there are loopholes and try to fix them before someone takes advantage of them. So there's a contract, there's a framework that within which that person works. So it all depends on the intent and what is your intent at the end of the day. So it can be that you're trying to breach a system just for the glory of it, but when you do unleash some loophole, then you're going to engage the organizers, say, pay me some money, and your intent has changed completely. Then you are liable, because most systems will state this, that it is supposed for you only authorized uses, access, and that you're not authorized, you're not a valid user, then you have breached the law. Yeah.
So thank you for the question, ma'am. But it really raises a deeper question to another career path in cybersecurity, and that is the security researcher. And the challenge that we have here in Jamaica is that some persons looking abroad and see programs like bug bounties and other security research programs where a company at pre-production or production will say to the world writ large, here's my program or here's my system, break it, and then we will pay you. Jamaica is not there. And based on our Cybercrimes Act, and you use the term breach, once you breach somebody's network without authorization, you've committed a crime. So it has sort of segued into a Q&A by itself. And young man, second row, has a question.
Yes. Yes. So the question that was, all right, the question that I wanted to ask was, what if they brought the problem, we're just, all right, say it's an idle thing, right? An inquisitive thing.
Yeah.
And he was sniffing around the network and he came across a problem. And he brought the problem to their attention without intention of monetary gain. And what if the company decides to sue him or something of that sort?
Well, I'll answer your question like this. Firstly, well, before answer your question, let's admit something. Technology has moved at a rapid pace. If you look at human civilization and the past 50 years, it's like this, where the technology over the time, the locomotive, the automobile took many years before it reached there. Technologies just flew up in the air in terms of the curve. And so you find that coupled with that, then the internet was to blow everything out the door. Everything's connected. Everything is connected. Now we're living in what I call a connected, connectivity. Everything's connected. You want your tablet, your phone, everybody connected. I mean, fast, speed, everything. So not all of that. Data is now not where it used to be. You didn't have filing cabinet and you have paper. No, nobody's in that anymore. Where everything is electronic. Great. So the challenge now is that the fact that over a short space of time, you have moved all this, your entire way of living, how you live, your data, your transactions, everything is now electronic. You have now the challenge, how do we safeguard it? Because it was not built in a way to be safeguarded. And that's what I said, infrastructure and cybersecurity is supposed to be hand in hand. Because you can't build a house and then afterwards you say, oh, I wonder how do I safeguard a house so nobody can break it. It's supposed to be a forethought. When you were building the house, you should have built that capability in it. So having that foundation, you find that in most aspect, it depends on the jurisdiction that you are in, which country you are in. Europe has one of the best cyber data protection in the world, in law. So it depends on the jurisdiction. But you can be in Jamaica and we may not have a very strong jurisdiction as relates to that cybersecurity aspect. However, the company that you infiltrated is in the United States, is in Europe. By virtue of where that company operates, that law flips into play. It applies. So it's one has to be very cautious because you could have a company in Jamaica, but you're serving customers across the world. And by virtue of that, their data, meaning your customers' data, you have to know abide by the law of that land as relates to that customer. And so it becomes a challenge. And so it can't be where that you're going to push the letter, as they would say, because it's illegal. Any way you take it, it's illegal. It is illegal. And even if you stumble upon it, the best way is to alert the organization. It may be a 0-day loophole you found, you alert them. And Microsoft has done that. I mean, Microsoft, the way they moved to the top over the few years is first to market. And by virtue, they know that the product is not 100%, there may be loophole, but by you interacting with it, then you give them feedback and they improve on the product. So I would say, if you hit upon something, just share it with the organization, but be mindful that you may be doing something that you feel there's a lack of legal framework here, but by virtue of where that organization operates, it's a totally different framework, legal framework that applies.
And to add to that, I would say, walk it through the hierarchy of the organization in which you work. So if you work with a company here and it's servicing clients overseas, walk that vulnerability that you have found through your supervisor up the ladder within your organization. So you have that coverage from persons within your organization that knows that you have reported it and they can track your movement thereafter to see if you have done anything after. That gives you some level of safety.
It's very tricky. It's a very tricky thing because the question I hear you ask was really, if I'm looking at something and I identify a vulnerability, and I said to Lieutenant Colonel Sterling, you know that there is a vulnerability on this network. I've identified it. I didn't ask for any pay. I just say, you know, there's a vulnerability. Like I said earlier, the intent is very difficult to really know what the intent is, but just that alone should not be, you know, but it is tricky because the GDPR dictates some things like Mr. Barrett says, and you know, where you are and so on can cause. So what are you saying then? If I find a vulnerability, I shouldn't say anything because I'm not paid to find it. You know, we are in a dilemma. That's a dilemma because I could tell you about that vulnerability and save your company. I didn't ask a pay, right? And I cannot say it and your company is attacked. And then if I say, no, somebody didn't know, how did that happen? Oh, you understand me? So there's a thin line between what is right or wrong as it relates to those things, right? Or what we can do and what we should not.
So let me help you, Dr. Maitland. Cast your minds back to February 2021 and the jam COVID S3 bucket situations. The developers of the platform did not secure the S3 buckets as they ought to. Technology research entity found the vulnerabilities and made several attempts by their version to advise of the existing vulnerabilities. Nothing was done. And so by redacting some of the personally identifiable information, the tech company published the vulnerability. So you did your research on your own, you found the vulnerability, the owner of the resource did not accept your alerting them or did anything about your alerting them. And so you published it. That transitioned from a benevolent act to one of almost recklessness. And recklessness can be criminal. The question you've asked, the first question, if you were to come to the CERT with that assertion, and I was the officer who interviewed you, the first question I would ask is, why were you checking the resource? Now, coming to your follow-up question, there are some of us, particularly in training institutions, that have projects. And some of us believe that because we work in a company, we can go back and try to do the project on our company's resources. No, not without authorization. So if you're doing a security research question and you work for Microsoft, go back to Microsoft and say to your immediate supervisor, I am doing this project. Can I get authorization to test for these vulnerabilities? That takes out of question your intent because it's purely research. If you do not do that, but you say, all right, I work in the IT department, I am a network administrator, and you go and run the same sets of tests, you're guilty of an offense, whether of the company's policies or legal criminal offenses. If you're out there and you're using a platform and you have the ability based on your investment in technology for your equipment to advise you, to alert you of vulnerabilities, then you pause, you reach out. And if the entity does not respond, then there are entities like the CERT or the JCF or MOCA here in Jamaica that you can report it to. And depending on the jurisdictions, as Mr. Barrett said, it will be different. Now, the GDPR, for example, and some say it's very good. I find it a little bit draconic.
Yes.
But that's just me. We have our own Data Protection Act. And the 8 standards within that act requires of data processors, whether you're a controller, collector, or just processor, to take certain things into consideration when it comes to personally identifiable information for the data subject, in terms of creating a secure environment to capture, store, transmit, and process that data. You cannot take your question as a single yes or no answer. It doesn't exist, because you're in a very dark space where your intent will have to be proven. What you did on the network will have to be checked. And if you said, well, I just found it, and then the tools show that you actually went into the network, moved laterally, or even exfiltrated data, then we have problems. So if you want to do that sort of research, get permission or get into an environment that allows it. Come and work at the CERT. but the whole point of it is, ladies and gentlemen, where we are in our legislative agenda and the development of laws in Jamaica is that a lot of what exists as good to do activities in other jurisdictions are criminal here. Unless you can prove that you had no criminal intent. And that burden of proof is difficult. All right. So I actually had one final question as we try to bring the wrap on this. And we have another session at 3 o'clock, but it's just about 2 o'clock. And so we could actually just go straight into it and see how that works. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a symposium.
Yeah.
And it is a symposium about an area which is very juvenile in Jamaica. And what we're trying to ensure is that we give as much information as we can and get your participation. And if you realize that we're putting out a little bit of effort here, we're giving some tokens to those who are brave enough to actually stand up and ask a question. It's not much, but when you come back for the 25th now, for the Real McCoy Cybersecurity Awareness Day, or you form yourself into a team and participate in our hackathon, then you will get the big prizes, right? So the final question I have in this section is really about the cost for education, certification in cyber in Jamaica. Is there a reason why the cost over the years has not really trended down as it has in other jurisdictions here in Jamaica?
Hello, hearing me? Okay, I just have maybe one thing to say as it relates to that trending down. Cybersecurity is a demand, is in demand right now. And like with every market, when things are in demand, the price is up, right? And the supply is small. So if you look right across the world, there is a need, there's a big gap as it relates to cybersecurity specialists, people who really practice in this space. So therefore, I don't really see it going down anytime soon. Not only that, I think it's also pegged to the US dollar. When you do a course from here in the US and you check it in the US, it is a lot of money. And I really think our courses here, to be honest, I think our courses here are much more cost effective, hands off, and I'm not going around that, right? Because
so
first degree.
Doc, if I buy the idea of supply and demand and the cost for training, why isn't there a commensurate translation, supply and demand for remuneration?
I think that is higher than my pay scale.
All right, all right. There are many variables. There are many variables. So as Dr. Maitland said, supply and demand, which is true. There's a high demand, as I said earlier, in Southeast Asia, which would have been Malaysia, Australia, New Zealand, Papua New Guinea, around that side. There's a 200,000 in 2018, 2019. There were 200,000 job vacancies in the cyber. That's just that geographical area. Yes, thank you. And that doesn't move much. I can tell you that. Now, there are a number of variables. One, the jobs in this space are high-paying jobs, firstly. Two, the persons with the skill set to train, to impart their knowledge are also high in demand. So think about it. You can be the private sector, or you can be a lecturer. In the private sector, the pay is high. To get these specialized persons in the industry come over into academia is also a challenge, because these are specialized persons who have the skill set that they can go anywhere across the world. Not only that, the environment that you have to set up, the research labs, the virtual labs, those are costly also. So as Dr. Maitland said, actually our programs in Jamaica are comparatively cheaper than in the States. I can tell you that for sure, without a doubt. Those are the main driving factors. It's an emerging, the jobs are high-paying jobs, the persons are specialized persons, because it's not any and anybody. You need persons who have a knack for creativity. In fact, gone are the years, the days where the top 10 job requirements in terms of skill set for an employee, you will not have creativity on that. You'll have people skills, you will have analytical skills, whatever. Creativity wasn't in the top 10. Creativity, third in the top 10, because all the applications is creativity driving those. Also, cybersecurity is about creativity, because the way I will try to enter is not exactly how someone is going to try to enter and breach your system. And also, I need to add something also, and this is one of the driving factor also for cost. We have to understand the impact. I think a lot of persons, and I'm glad the 25th would be the cybersecurity awareness. A lot of persons don't understand the impact. They see it as somebody just hack a machine. No, you have to understand the impact. What you're saying, you have state-sponsored cyber criminals. Cybersecurity, the fact that everything is on the internet, the network, a country can bring a next country back to the Stone Ages. Literally. So back in the day where spies, you would have to have a hat and walk around and try to dodge whatever for a spy. You just have to be at a machine somewhere else in the world, go into someone else's jurisdiction, and you can bring them back to the Stone Ages. If you can crash their financial sector, if you can crash their telecom. So therefore, the importance of cybersecurity means that you have to make sure that persons who are trained in this area understand, have the skill set to defend your way of life and where you are now. Because if you're breached, your critical infrastructures can be crippled in terms of your way of life. So those are many factors.
I hear the panel, but there was one young man from the audience who had a very telling question and comment. And the question was, when you spend millions of dollars certifying yourself or getting a degree, where is the value that is placed on you within cyber or within information and communication technologies to remunerate you in such a way that you feel as though you belong here in Jamaica. And I know that the first thought for a response is going to be, well, it's a globally demanding, it's something that is in global demand. But the Jamaican who is studying here, as cost effective as the expensive courses are, who wants to stay, really isn't paid or even allowed to stay once they seek employment. So as the nurturers of those dreams, talk to us about that.
One of the things that I would say is that the beauty about technology and technological jobs is that you don't have to be geographical, you don't have to leave. You can work from where you are, and that is the beauty about working in this sector. Secondly, I don't think it is special to cyber security in terms of higher remuneration elsewhere and the opportunity that will come to say you can trust me. It is. If you look across all the careers, we could almost say the same thing, because though today cyber security and so on it has become the #1 issue in the world. One person says the #1 human problem. Because cyber security and planning for cyber security can no longer be a non-functional requirement or a second thought. Every single thing that we do today in organizations, as individuals, and anywhere we are, we must have this. We must think about it, because one attack, Mr. Barron made that point a while ago, one attack can wipe out everything that you have in your name. I woke up the 30th of August, penniless. One attack can wipe out every cent you had, right? And that is just a small example of how important it is for us to really determine what our priorities are. So I think from that perspective, we need to look at it nationally and determine really, is this what we want, or how can we really address this particular immediate problem, because it is an immediate problem that need to be addressed overall. I don't know always to say it. See the teacher them get up and left and gone the other day. Then I not say about them teach. But it is something that is happening. I'm just saying that to say that we, because of the possibility that exist as it relates to these things, we have to just, we are grappling with it. Yes. Yeah.
I'd want to add to that as well, to say that in any field, there are usually these two broad categories. You are the employee or you are the employer. Now, in most cases, the employer makes the lion's share of the profit from anything. As young persons coming up, do not only think of being the employee. At some point, your expertise will allow you to start your own business. Your income potential grow exponentially when you do that. It is likely to be difficult in the start, but it gets better with hard work. So think along that line as well, not just about being the employee, but becoming the employer.
And to add to that, there's nothing, immediate gratification for the most part, we're gonna have problems with that. It don't matter which area we go into. So we are going to have to stick with it for the long haul. Things will take time. And as my colleague said, when you own your skills over time, you'll be in demand and you'll be able to get different things, consultancies, with your normal jobs and so on. So you will make your name, because that is one of the key things. That is one of the key things that we must point out. We need to become that expert, that we are good at what we do, and that will allow us to be able to get that respect in the field out there. And that, I think that is one of the main reasons why we are having this forum, to speak to the young minds, to say, okay, there are opportunities out there, but we have to get ready. And getting ready means getting our minds there. We have to grow our heads to get ahead. So we need to grow this in terms of expertise, in terms of know-how, and and things like that, certification or qualification. So when we grow this, we, when I went into academia, I learned the truth in this saying, labor for learning before you get old. Because learning is better than silver and gold. All else will vanish away. But what you have in here, no one can take it from you. True. So the intent is for us to get certified, get qualified, identify what is out there and so on. And Mr. Sterling, I'm asking you for a minute. I need somebody in here to tell me one of the main things now that is going on as it relates to cybersecurity and IT and so on. What's the buzzword out there? Because no man, tell no one technology. I know that means. That's not what I mean. AI, artificial intelligence. Today, people talk like AI can do everything. I'm a teacher of AI, so no worry, things are bashing AI. But one of the things that you need to learn is AI. That's something that you need to invest in. Start search, start learn what it is. You have tools that can teach you that and so on, and it can help to complement you, and you can build tools for us to use to fight cybersecurity. So your mind is young. You need to stretch. You have to stretch yourself. And I think that is one of the main reasons why we are here. Because we want to build an army that is able to protect our information resources. Over to you, sir.
I couldn't have said it better, but the cadet in the second row over there has a question.
It's merely just a statement as pertaining to what you said about like just one side and all your money gone. Yeah, but I'm saying that the technology is going like this fast, as you said. Yeah. So why is it that Jamaica is so backward in regards to Jamaica? Is it that cybersecurity awareness is just putting it on the media, say we need to be cybersecurity aware, or is it that person in the driving seat as yourselves are not able to market us as much as we'd like? Because most of us would like to stay in Jamaica now, but then when you check it out, we're not valued as much as we'd like. So most of us, most persons end up leaving. Yeah. And even in the news, you see that banks are being defrauded of millions of dollars daily. And now, after being defrauded of millions, then they try to seek help from persons like us. So I'm saying, why is it that persons are not aware? Is it that we're not marketed enough or marketed properly?
Okay, I'll take that question. I think worldwide, the computing professionals have to be playing catch up with cyber criminals. Hands down, I can tell you that. I'm a researcher and I've seen that. So that's a fact. I will not make excuses though, as it relates to why are we not where we are supposed to be? Because we should be a little further ahead. The aim of this forum is really to impress on people and everyone how important cybersecurity is, and it is everybody's business. right? No, it's not only here, you just make one swipe and your money gone. However, you have developed countries and developing countries that have taken steps to institute some national things that can protect the country's infrastructure. Now, here is where Lieutenant Colonel Sterling and all of us in this space comes in, because we need to take a serious, hard look at really what is happening. And it is not local alone, right? It may be happening, you know, it seems like it's happening more because, you know, maybe our size, and we're not here, well, happen somewhere else too. Right? So we don't even have nothing comparing it with the people who've not researched. You don't really have nothing comparing. So you just know about Jamaica, right? And that's what we are talking about. So we really need to come up with a strategy that we can roll out. Mr. Barrett just spoke about 5 years, and it is now 2 years. I think for technology, maybe 2 months or 2 weeks. So here your value come in now. Whereas young minds, we need to say, okay, I want to be a part of this solution. And being a part of this solution require that I do X, Y, Z and step. Because if you're a nationalist like me, you say you want to stay. Yeah, because when we go away from the ackee and the breadfruit done, you know, and when the coldness come, we're ready for come home. But most people remain there because of the money and to live. So how can we work together to solve this national problem? And I think it is a national problem, and by extension, an international problem that needs addressing. Just like how the technology grow fast, so it's growing fast.
Right. And to add to that, in no career, you will make it big immediately in the first job and possibly second job. There is always this period where you are learning, and the salary is commensurate with that learning process. It is after you have garnered some experience and you have showed expertise, it is then that your salary begin to grow. So be patient while you push and push really hard, but do not expect an overnight increase in salary that will make you the top of the pile. It will not happen in no career whatsoever.
To Mr. Brown's point, if it is to become rich, go and buy the laptop. I'm just making it out there. If you're going to want to just become rich overnight, not going to work. You are building a profession over time, and you becoming a professional. That requires you to build your experience, expertise over time, and also your exposure. Different systems, different organizations, different scenarios you have exposure with, and you have that ability that you garner over time. So if it's something that you want to just graduate and become wealthy and can drive a BMW or whatever, no, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Because that's one of the reasons why even the formal studies is still important, because it shows you that the rigor, because you'll be doing modules or subjects that you don't like, but you're going to have to apply yourself, because that is life. You're going to apply yourself to overcome the challenges. And don't look at problems, look at opportunities. A problem that people view is really an opportunity that you can garner into a success story. So you have to look at where you want to be. It's not an overnight click of the finger, but you have to understand the importance of it, and the importance, and have a passion for it. You have to have a passion, and you have to develop yourself, self-development. You have to develop yourself. You don't say, okay, I fit do this one, I'm done. You want to get better. You want to interact with other systems. You want to interact with other scenarios, and you get better as time goes by. And you will reach a point where you can become a consultant and offer those services, those experiences, those expertise to other organizations who would like to garner them and make themselves a bit more safeguard against any issues. But I want to add something. You do not hit harder. We are a developing country. There are a lot of first world countries who are still behind in regards to cybersecurity. For example, United States actually have a federal agency that deals with infrastructure and cybersecurity. They are part of the Homeland Security Division. But there are other countries that are not as far as we have reached. So I would not say to compare ourselves, but to look at what you need as a country, as an individual to do in the space and get there over time. That's what I feel I would add. Over to you.
Right, so we have one final question and then we'll wrap the session. But I appreciate the final point you made, Mr. Bart, because a lot of persons look at Jamaica and say, boy, you know, we're being beaten up left, right, and center. It's not happening. When you look at the global cybersecurity index, Jamaica ranks about midway or some things and is in the top third or others. Now, it's a lot of work to do, and it will get more, but it can't be done unless persons like you join the party. Madam, you have a final question.
Yes, I do. So my final question that I have is backtracking a little bit on when the question was asked about why is it that why is it that the course is such, why is it that the course is so expensive? And then it was said that, you know, after the course is finished, we will have to further studies and we would have to do other stuff. And we can't just expect to be wealthy as we get the degree. I don't think it's a matter of us expecting to be wealthy after we get the degree, but look at it from a poor person standpoint. You're paying millions of dollars to complete this course, to get it done. And then after we're finished, we're getting paid $100,000 a month. Let's just say that. When we're paying millions of dollars to complete the course, why is it that it's a consistent international problem that we're having, that the courses have such high demand, but once you're in the field, it's like, okay, you're in the field, but you're not of value, so to say. You're not getting paid what you're worth after paying millions of dollars to get a degree in this said course. Why is it like that?
All right, let me take that question. I'll try to answer that question the best way I can. Now, I always say that education is the only thing that you pay for twice. So you pay the money and you have to pay attention too. Because if you don't pay attention, you won't finish what you're doing. Saying that, now we're gonna go to the salary that you talk about. One of the challenges that we face is that we are in a generation of instant coffee. And there are some things that we expect, and we expect it now. I am not saying, please note, I'm not saying that the startup salary in many organizations are adequate enough. So I'm not saying that. However, we need to understand that a degree means that we are trainable. And it means that when you go out there, you can easier learn some concepts. The learning curve is not as steep. So you can go into an organization and you can move up the ranks much faster than a person who have not gone through the rigors of academia. That's number one. Number two is that you will be able to grow faster than the norm. So when you go there, because a lot of, you can't, first of all, if you never had a first degree, you couldn't go ask that money you talk about. That's number one. So it still puts you ahead of the normal person. But I will emphasize self-development, setting your goals and working towards a goal. That's the only way. Very few people, we know the career of choice today. Very few people outside of that career of choice get things instantly. So it will take time, so you can grow. And when you go into the organization, the soft skills that we're gonna speak about shortly, very important for us to be developed, rounded, because you may have the best education and have the best skill set, but there are several things that will allow you to grow. Attitude towards what you are doing and where you want to go and towards moving towards your goal will also help to determine how far, how high, and how quickly you grow. So don't be discouraged by the immediate first thing that you see. One of the things, and I said, I may have said, I'm a mother, so I'm going to tell you. One of the things that affect a lot of us right now in Jamaica, university students, you see, when you go work, that little money there. When you go on that program there, I want to see the US. Problem. So you are looking to say, after me finish my degree, me supposed to get more than this. Because remember now, you just do that thing that will help you to get to where you want to go. And a career is a lifelong journey. Thank you. Exactly. So on that lifelong journey, it starts with the first step, and then when you get that, you say, no, sir, I don't really want this every time, because this no really can do what I want, but it's a start that can help me to build and to grow into what I want. And that is what I want you to in anything, whether it be cybersecurity, whether it be whatever it is, that will be the key. And the big picture must never be removed from your mind, because that's the only thing that will allow you to grow into really your full potential.
Right. So I don't believe I have much more to add to that, save to say that I must come down on the side of the person asking the question. Insofar as industry, public and private, need to create the space for that growth. So when they exercise the patience, it is rewarded. And it is not rewarded because somebody knows somebody who has a son who wants a job, but because you've been there in the trenches and you've done the work. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a good day. You're mostly students, and I appreciate that. You don't pick up. And what I want to say to you is I do appreciate the number of persons who came out today and that you stuck with us for this long, including those on Zoom, as well as Facebook and YouTube. I'm not sure if I should push to the other segment, because once I release these people, I'm sure we'll lose them. But we'll see how it goes when we get to that time, since we have sort of not decided to segue straight into it. And we want to wish you a safe journey. If you're leaving us, if you're staying with us, then let us crack on and get the final session done. But use this as a means of whetting your appetite for what is to come on the 25th. Because one of the things that An entrepreneur said to me a couple of years ago, whatever you do should be mad. M-A-D. And the D is what I focused on today, the disruptive, positive nature of breaking that belief that you must take baby steps and then crawl and then run and then, no. You have to, as Mr. Barrett said, become a sniper with your career. And right now, the hot bread is cybersecurity. However, you must focus on something in cyber. Whatever it is going to be, focus on it, become the best at it. If you try to do too many things, it's not going to work. And as you would have heard from the two sets of panelists that we've had, as well as Hector Monsegur, you will realize that there is a lot to do. And people like myself, and probably the members of the panel, sort of crested the hill and are heading out of the profession. What we're hoping to do is to find a cohort of people that we can safely hand it over to. You've turned up today. You've been good scholars, and I hope that is an indication of your commitment to the field and your willingness to persevere. You know, the cup noodle and the sardines before you get to the steak and the bacon. But it's really about recognizing where to go and how you're going to do it. As long as you have a plan, it doesn't matter how much you get blown off course. You can get to your destination. But understand your career should not be a destination. It should be a journey. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And we'll see you either later or on the 25th. Walk good.
For us, we bring in, so when all students are going through their final year, we bring in different persons from the working world to come and speak with them. And the employees always talk about the need to interact. You know, one of the things that we say as computing persons is that we are working by ourselves. Why do we need to interact with people? But you all know that one of the biggest issue is interaction. And so it's so important that you know how to relate. And we are seeing some of this happening now in our schools, where we're having so many issues of students coming back out of this pandemic who have stopped relating, that they are now rubbing shoulders and see frictions. And when you go into that workplace, you want to ensure that the person you are rubbing shoulder with, you know how to relate to them. And so it's, although we are saying that we are focused on our computer and we are just doing our own thing, it's never ever that. It's never ever we doing our own thing, because your own thing always relates to somebody else. And you need to know how to relate with that somebody else, especially when you're having a rough time, especially when your boss is there on your back and want their results immediately. How do you react? And so, you know, a session like this is important so that we can understand that and move on in that.
Thank you all very much. The first question I want to pose is the whole matter of our digital footprint and the application process. How would you advise the young men and women here about the importance of maintaining that digital footprint, but understanding it plays a part in today's interview process?
All right, may I go first? One of the things we all need to recognize is that whatever we put out in the cyberspace, even after you think you've deleted it, it's still there. So you have to be mindful of that digital footprint. It follows you. And increasingly, you have employers who are wanting to see what you have on social media, for example. They want to look at your life outside of the work world. They want to see who you are in cyberspace. So I would encourage each student, think twice before you post. Yes, we have all the technology, we can do quick pictures and quick videos, but remember, your memory will last forever. Most of us, that is. So some things need to just be memories. It doesn't need to be recorded. And the other thing is, even if you don't post it, if it's on your phone, you've heard all throughout today what we've been talking about. You have threat actors out there. You can lose your phone. You can lose the SD card. Your phone can be hacked. It doesn't have to be you who puts it out there in cyberspace. So just be very mindful And some of you may run for prime minister and government offices later on. And those kinds of things can come back to haunt you.
Another important point is your email address.
Oh, yes.
So you have to be careful of what email address that you're using. So, those nice fancy email addresses, you need to remove them and don't use them.
Or at least have a professional
Create
one.
a professional email
No,
address.
because as you say, people will still know who you are and know that email address that, yeah.
She was like, it wasn't professional. So I was wondering why it isn't professional.
Well, with,
So the email has my full name, but
well, you see, you laughed, so you know what, you know.
Because there is a connotation.
Connotation, right.
So you can't use anything with connotation.
Negative
connotation, right.
There is something that I always teach my students. The web means the end of forgetting. The web means the end of forgetting. So you have a picture and it fades. You may lose it. But once you put it out there on the web, somebody may tag you or you may tag, so you may delete yours, but the next copy sits out there. So we have to be very careful. There's a well-known use case. This young lady went to a party and she was there and she had one of those things, the parrot looking thing. She had one eye covered and so on. And she was at the party. She didn't take that picture, but somebody took the picture and tagged her in it. And she went to university for 4 years. And when the time came for her to get her degree, she was told that she cannot be employed as a teacher in a school with small children because the parents are going to say that because under the picture it was labeled drunken parrot. She didn't do it, I'm just saying that to say we have to be very careful of what we post there on the internet because it may come to haunt us.
And remember that Facebook has every so years after show up
some memories, yes.
Memory.
Where did this come from?
So as we move forward, we would have, like many others, be suffering from Zoomitis. And a lot of the interview processes going forward will probably have a virtual component. When we had to turn up physically, we usually groom ourselves. But you find sometimes if that camera slips in that interview, it is a problem. How would you encourage or advise these young men and women to prepare for that interview, particularly if there's a virtual component?
I would say, and this is based on experience, dress as though you're going to that interview. Plain and simple. You have persons who will just dress up top and then have on whatever below. But you never know, you might forget and stand up. It happens, right? And if you're going to especially something like an interview, don't come up with, oh, my camera is not working, that's not going, be prepared. Be able to turn your camera on. And it's not just being your attire, the surroundings too. Yes, you may not have the fanciest of places, but find a solid wall behind you and position yourself so that, you look the part. It is a professional setting. And it's no different from going into an office for an interview, except that you're at home.
No, I don't want to add anything to that. I think it is well said. I later on, I'm going to talk about the soft skill for cybersecurity. I have a few here that I want to talk about.
Right. So we're leading there, but we're really trying to get them through the door. We need to get them into the office, into the lab, working. Now, the first day that you turn up, particularly for gentlemen, the pants. Is there a way to encourage young people to really look at their wardrobe from a professional standpoint versus the fads and trends as they seek to go forward in today's world, particularly in cyber, where the nose ring, the drop earrings, and the hippie look sometimes work?
Go ahead.
I think a professional look is totally different from when you're just going somewhere ordinarily or going to a party and so on. There are several, you see YouTube? YouTube is a school, is an institute. So let us say you don't know. You can watch a YouTube video and you will see what is required of you as it relates to dressing professionally. And when you are going to the job the first day, it is expected that you should turn up looking professional. So you're not gonna go there, with, I mean, young men wearing their ear, cane-row and so forth. Make sure said cane-row neat and nice, right? It's not rugged. You also make sure that you have, we have a course that I teach that they have to present. And I normally say, when you're going to present today, make sure that you dress professionally. Miss, me can wear one t-shirt. Miss, me not have no shirt. No, that cannot work. You need to make sure that you have a dress shirt, if it's even one or two somewhere, a dress pants, and that pants that you're wearing, that is not at your waist. Get a belt and fix your clothes properly. You cannot go into the people's office with your pants tight till you cannot sit down. It is unacceptable. We know that today, fashion and so on. So men wear their pants a little closer than the norm, but when your suit is well tailored, it is totally different from when you just have on a tight pants and it cannot draw up, and you have a shirt and then you put on the shirt and you have the pants way down here. No. Watch a YouTube video. You go to school on YouTube. You want to watch everything on YouTube. You know, cook from YouTube, everything. Look at YouTube. What is the acceptable dress code to go to work in an organization formally? That's the.
And also like to add, be guided by the organization. You have some organizations where they may be a little bit more relaxed, so you're able to wear jeans and maybe a
dress shirt.
Yeah, dress shirt or a branded shirt.
Right.
So you don't just go and turn up.
Do your thing.
Yeah, you go in your professional outfit. You don't have to have jacket and tie necessarily, but at least have clean, well-groomed clothing, and then you look at how others within the organization carry themselves. And something to note: if you are aspiring for any position, dress the part. Dress the part. It's part of the psyche. So if you see yourself as the CIO, CEO, dress the part. I mean, people will look at you differently. it's not just about what you can do. I mean, an organization wanting to send somebody out to represent them is not going to take the man with the tight pants with it down under him bottom to send him. You understand? So you have to know, and when you go outside, let's say you go out in to interact with persons on behalf of the organization, represent them well. Yes, you are still your individual, but you are representing this, you're being paid to represent this organization. So there'll be time where you can express yourself and dress as you want, but for that limited time that you're representing the organization, just dress apart.
Yes, and I don't want us to sound too traditional, because we have organizations today that dress shirt and so forth. That's not it. However, there is a code, there's a standard. So you need to know what you are supposed to be doing, how you are supposed to be putting yourself together. So let us say the organization, you are able to wear a polo shirt. You have polo branded shirts where some organization, that's what we don't want to look like caveman to say everywhere you go, you're going to need a dress shirt and a dress pants. But you need to know what is required and how you should put yourself together to go for your job. Okay.
So, I mean, the first day is the important, right? So the first day, you need to ensure that you go just well dressed.
First impression last.
First impression last. And that's what you want to carry, a lasting impression.
I would like to go back to something that Ms. Graham said, and it's really about representing the firm. But you're there, you got the job, you're in. You're now a cyber security professional working for Company X. And you're asked to have a business breakfast, lunch, dinner, cocktails. How do we break the cycle where we believe that once we hear certain terms, it connotes a particular sense of casualness about our dress and the etiquette of the occasion? For example, black tie isn't this. Okay? Yeah, it's a black tie. So black tie isn't this. So talk to us about that. And we want to acknowledge Mr. Graham. Welcome, sir. And you have joined the conversation. We will hope to carry it forward.
Well, I would say if you're not sure, ask or do your research. You're going out for cocktails. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to a club. You can ask, boss, I'm not sure, what should I wear? Or you go and you do your little research, what, and you dress appropriately.
The one where you might have person, you might be a supervisor or a person or a official capacity. The best way to just format to some extent, or extended format. For example, I'm retired or either retired or depending might be a corporate situation. So it's sometimes better that you are overly attired than all the attire for a particular occasion.
Enough said. No, that's not my fault. So we will see how it goes. But now you're in the workplace. Dr. Maitland, the do's and don'ts in the ICT space in a company. Talk to us.
All right. There are 5 things that I I want to talk about as it relates to ICT and cybersecurity, the soft skills that the industry is looking for. Adaptability. How quickly can we adapt to changes? It's an evolving space. We need to be prepared to adapt to the changing requirements or demands of the space that we are in and the discipline within the organization. So that's number one. And to do that, we have to stay aware of what is happening in the space. We have to have interpersonal and communication skills. We have to have great interpersonal and communication skills. And I cannot emphasize that more because if we realize that in computing, Mr. Thomas just made the point that many persons who work with computers, they are very poor interpersonal skills. That's a known fact. Because we can stay in a room and work with our computers and talk to our computers and work with our computers for days and don't have to interact with anyone. When we are going into an organization, remember information security and ICT, it touches almost every aspect of the organization. So we must be able to communicate effectively as a cybersecurity professional. We must be able to communicate effectively with all the departments within the organization. And we're going to have different persons. Ms. Graham made the point earlier that we are going to need to interact with persons from different departments, different personalities, different things. So we have to try to develop great interpersonal skills. And you know, the research shows that human is the weakest link within the organization, whether it be breaching the system, saying what should be turned off, how to report an incident, what we are supposed to do in case that we realize that there's something happening. So interpersonal skills, very, very important. And also what persons are looking for is a champion. We have to be a champion for cyber. I think that's what we are doing today. We're trying to be a champion for the discipline, ICT, cybersecurity, right? I was speaking earlier to some of my colleagues and I'm saying one of the things that we have to do is start developing a culture of security, cybersecurity as a whole, because data is a new gold of the world. So we have to develop that culture of security. So, you know, that culture shapes us, right? When we go anywhere, they'll say, you know, that's a Jamaican. Sometimes just how we react to something. Sometimes we don't even have to speak. So if we can develop that culture of awareness as it relates to security and the organization and what we need to do to protect these resources, that's a soft skill that organizations are looking for, a champion for the organization, for ICT, for cybersecurity. And one of the key things is, and somebody said it, Mr. Graham said it, Ms. Graham said it, Mr. Thomas, all of us have said it, ask questions. You have to be inquisitive. In this space, you must be inquisitive. We must ask the questions that we need to ask. Don't be afraid to ask the questions. A good cybersecurity professional have the desire to know, why should I do? You know, somebody tell you to do something. Why? You can ask why. How important it is. Sometimes you do it first and then ask why. You know, don't say don't do it and ask why. Right? Because it may be a way of protecting something that you are not aware of. But as a professional, we have to be inquisitive and we have to ask the pertinent questions. We also have to understand the interaction between IT and the rest of the business. Earlier on the panel, we spoke about IT touching every aspect of the business today. And as a result, the risks are higher because once the system is networked and it's connected to the internet and so forth, everything changes. So we need to understand the business acumen, we call it. Understand the business. It is essential to keep up to date in terms of what are the various systems and the roles and so forth of the persons who work in the system and how we can foster that, interaction in order to keep the system and the data protected. So those are the 5 things that I found that businesses today in terms of cybersecurity, those are the basic soft skills that we are looking for. There are other things like upskilling and reskilling and things like that are important. We add to the knowledge that we know we may need to upskill a group of people to assist with something. We may need to reskill some people, an area may become obsolete or we don't understand. We were doing something, some new things come in and we don't understand. We may need to be reskilled, or we'll call it retooling, in order to, to remain vibrant and be able to grow in the organization.
So as we consider those skill sets, this question is really to the panel, anybody can answer. How important is selecting mentors, both for the mentee and the mentor? Anybody can take the shine off.
All right. I can say it is of great importance. You want to find somebody in the space that is probably where you're aspiring to be. That person will have had more experience than you. They will be able to guide you, help you to work through some of the issues you may have within your organization, within other aspects of your life. In terms of, and you can become mentors too, even as you are now. You may find somebody younger. It doesn't necessarily, the person doesn't necessarily have to be younger, but you can mentor other persons. In terms of the mentor, it allows the mentor to give back, to grow as an individual, to we oftentimes get caught up in our own lives. And when you can take the time to assist someone else, a colleague, somebody, a younger person who is coming up, it is quite rewarding.
I would challenge you to ensure that you have one. You must have a mentor, and it doesn't have to be one person. It could be, so you could have a mentor who doesn't know anything about cybersecurity, doesn't know anything about ICT, but they have a positive outlook in life, and that's somebody you want who can challenge you, encourage you, because there are times when you're down and it's not cybersecurity, you're just down. So you need somebody who can encourage you and be there for you. A regular man and then in your corners, just have somebody in your corner. But then you might want to find somebody now who you can, inside the security world, who you can go to ICT world and get some help. So I would recommend it. You can't have more than one as possible.
One possible source of it is to mentor online. There's a lot of experts in cybersecurity that will post content on YouTube on a regular basis, and they are open to accept questions from different persons. So you can reach out to those persons, you can follow them, and you can even get their email addresses as well. Also, another good way to get mentored, even if you're not able to see the person face to face, is by having, you find an idol online by reading their books, reading their publication. And that way you can get a lot of sense as to how to motivate yourself, what they might have done to motivate themselves to reach where they are. But a lot of the capacity that you want to be great has to come from you within. You have to find that drive to inspire yourself, even when things are difficult. Find that way out to move ahead and find another person you can connect with. So that's the important.
Yes, and there's something that I want to say. I've heard it and I really do believe it. If you want to be successful, you need to identify persons that are successful, read their stories. Let us say you want to find it, because like Mr. Thomas said, we may need to find more than one mentor. So you may find somebody in the area that can help you to grow your career into where you want to go, but you may want to find a personal mentor that can help you to develop to reach your full potential. But you may be looking and you don't find. Successful people, find people who have been successful and they have written it down, read their stories, read how they did it. It can help you to grow and also to be successful. All right.
The beauty about reading today is that you can close your eyes and listen.
Ah.
So you don't really need to pay too much attention to that.
And be committed to it.
But you know, that's a very critical aspect of one's career though, commitment and recognizing that challenges do come up. It is something that we have to deal with almost on a daily basis. Now, we're winding down. The advent of the passage of the sexual harassment law that takes the concept of harassment outside of the workplace, even to recreational trips. How would the person who is employed today really treat with that, especially young adults joining the world of work, or even those already in the world of work who may not be au fait with some of the current restrictions? How would you guide such a person, short of going to find the act and reading?
Well, I would say, just try to be professional. Nobody, well, most persons I know don't go to work to be harassed. And harassment in some person's mind, if they don't touch you, it's not harassment. But a comment telling somebody that they look sexy, for example, can be considered harassment. So I'd encourage you to remain professional. You can't go wrong being professional.
Yeah, I agree with Ms. Fran.
Yes, a female can harass a male.
Sorry.
So we have to be, we have to be sensitive and we try not to make people uncomfortable.
Yes.
Because you cannot be at your most optimal performance if you're uncomfortable.
True.
And we have to have an emotional intelligence
Mm-hmm.
to put your foot in the shoes of someone else. But and ask yourself, am I making somebody feel uncomfortable around me?
Right.
And if you are doing that, then you should be emotionally intelligent and
Make
smart.
the adjustment.
But evaluating yourself to make a change before somebody can do that. And people communicate in a number of ways. They communicate by the distance they keep from you. If you notice that they don't come around you, often they don't speak to you for certain reasons, you have to ask yourself, am I doing something that is making this person uncomfortable? And if I'm doing so, I definitely trust myself in order to provide that professional workspace. And also think about if you create an environment that is uncomfortable. Imagine your loved one in another organization and is in that similar situation. So if you're mindful of that in creating a harmonious environment where you are, you can hope and expect that where your loved one is, a similar environment is being kept for that person.
Awesome advice. And as we really wrap it, I would like to ask a final question here and then open the floor for any questions that the participants may have. For those who are already in the world of work, some who maybe have been there for many years, and the changing climate where the old ways of doing things are really disappearing. They're not just being replaced, they're disappearing. What advice would you give in terms of breaking the ice by these persons to have the conversation with management to really see how they can move through the fog of employment right now to a point where they still consider themselves relevant and a part of the organization?
Yes, yeah.
That question long.
We're in a very dynamic environment. Things are constantly changing. And one of the things that is becoming the currency of the, in addition to data that Dr. Nathan spoke to, it is about creativity. Creativity, adaptability within a state. So within an organization, each person should be looking on the outside. How can my organization add value to the society? And how can my organization add value to the economy? And what are the strengths inside? And how can we realign, re-engineer these systems inside to meet the needs on the outside? So if management have their workers thinking in that light, not just to serve the internal organizational needs, but recognize that organization is a function to serve external entities, the society and the economy. And if the employees within understand the dynamics and seeing what is happening out there, then they can make that change on the inside to make those connections.
One of the things is a relationship. The relationship that you have with your manager. And that has to be built from day one. So it's, you can't just go in and start making changes and trying to tear down what is there from before. You need to go in, we have to become a part, build a relationship, and then you can try, you can then use that relationship to make changes. But don't go in and try to tear down what is there just like that. Don't be critical of what exists. You have to go in, build a relationship, and then work on that relationship to make the changes.
Yes, and I would deter from what Mr. Thomas said a bit, because I believe that for change to come, we have to be uncomfortable with what we have. So we see something that needs to change. However, like Mr. Thomas said, we may not be able to make wholesale changes. So we identify the different building blocks, the different things that need to change until we graduate. That is what being strategic is about. You know what the end goal is. This is what I want. But as individuals, I think Mr. Sterling was talking about individually too. There's something that I would implore you to do is to be reflective. At the end of the day, and if you don't get to do it at the end of the day, make sure at the end of the week, you reflect on what the week was like. What did I do so the organization is changing and so on? What did I do? What can I do differently? What can I do better? What do I need to change? And if individually we do that, then by extension, the change will come, because things are not staying where it is. Things are changing. What do I need to do in order to change and to adapt to the environment, the changing environment?
And I'd add to that, getting the buy-in from the persons within the organization is very important. So one way of doing that is to explain what is happening. So this is the problem. This is the proposed solution. Or you ask them what the problem is, make them a part of the change so that they don't feel like, oh, you just come and you just want to change everything and this is how we've done it for years. And me not use the system, because that's how many systems fail, not because the systems are not good, but because the end users were not included, and so they don't use it. So I would say get the buy-in and it should be smoother sailing. Mhm.
As we talk about buy-in and balance and respect for others and respect for the entity and being uncomfortable with that which doesn't work, I'd like to toss the mic over to the floor, and if there are any questions, then we'll take them. All right. Have a question, young man? He looks behind him. So it has been a long day, and I have said that before, but I really do appreciate that you've stuck with us today. Some of the panelists that we've had since morning have left us, but the others that are here, I want to extend my sincere gratitude that you've been able to take the time to come and share with these young, impressionable minds about the world of work, particularly as it relates to cyber. Cybersecurity is everybody's business, is the theme under which we're operating nationally for this Cybersecurity Month. And globally, it is easy to stay safe online, is what the theme is. But as we look forward to what cybersecurity holds and what the coming days and months will herald as far as cyber crimes, let us not forget that if we are unable to build a cybersecurity workforce, we will not be able to defend against these crimes. And we saw the shock and horror, NCB $46 million, JMB $41 million, massive, the damages uncalculated at this point. And their subsidiary, HD Upward, it is the same. But these are just the ones that have been put out there in the public space. What we see here at the CERT would make you go home and have sleepless nights. The fact is that, to use the CERT as an example, I am a team of one techie and one people person. And behind every successful staging of anything, there is a team that works. Mrs. Odette Utah Marshall, my administrative assistant, without her, a lot of this would not have happened because, yeah, I don't really have people skills. And I can say that publicly because it is true. My technical team, Mr. Morris Steele over there in the corner, Mr. Davian Campbell, and somewhere, somehow today you would have seen Mr. George Pinnock and Bonnie Allen. The team here has ensured that this has happened. And the ministry, the Honorable Minister, the Permanent Secretary, and the directors of the ministry, they've been supportive because I have had to take myself out of the day-to-day operations of the ministry to be here. But it would have all been for naught if you didn't turn up, if persons didn't join on Zoom or YouTube or Facebook. And so I thank you for taking the time to stay with us for the entire day or just join us for a session. The booths outside, I thank the persons who have come here to show off their wares, whether it is just to tell you about the courses they have on offer or to tell you about what you can do. And so as we close today, I want you to think about it, that even though you look globally and globally cybersecurity professionals are in high demand, Jamaica has a significant need right here, right now. And you, in whatever capacity you think you can, really need to start being that boy on the dike and stick your finger in the hole rather than run away from it. We would have heard from Hector Montsegur as he would have spoken about his previous life and has given invaluable advice on how you can avoid persons like his old self from doing what he was able to do. The learning and certification, the jury is probably still out, but you cannot discount the value of formal education, nor can you discount the fact that there is a move afoot to disrupt that chain and to require that, we reach in earlier into the educational institutions, pluck you from that group and nurture you towards a particular skill set within cybersecurity. And finally, if you're unable to interact with people, and don't mind when I said I don't have people skills, I can turn it on and off. If you're unable to interact with people, you can't work. Cybersecurity is a team sport. It's not, you can't be a Usain Bolt in cybersecurity. And as I said to one group earlier, probably not even LeBron James would qualify. You have to be able to get down in the trenches and recognize the strengths and weaknesses of your own team, but those that you can leverage from other people. Jamaica Cyber Incident Response Team does not operate on its own. Within the region, we are part of CSERT's Americas, where we interact with all 35 member states across the OAS. And in the world, we're there. Just this month, we were dealing with teams from Egypt, Singapore, Australia, New Zealand. And it is about one single goal, trying to ensure that the most lucrative illegal activity in the world, cybercrime, is thwarted, or the vulnerabilities that exist are mitigated to minimize the impacts of breaches. I thank you all for coming, and I look forward to seeing you all and more of your friends on the 25th when we have National Cybersecurity Awareness Day. For those of you who can form yourself into teams, or if you think you have the skill set, we have a red team exercise on the 27th, which represents this year's National Cybersecurity Exercise. And we're introducing this year the Director's Shield, which will run for 10 concurrent years. And the team that wins it the most in those 10 years will get it when we retire it. We're also offering to the top 3 teams or individuals a 6-month paid apprenticeship here at the CERT and a certificate course with CompTIA. Not quite sure what the budget can afford yet, but it will be a course that you can do up to certification stage, as well as other prizes. So thank you all, wherever you're journeying to, wherever you're going, walk good.
Recording stopped.